pretty big grizzly bear that would wander onto our property from time to time. My husband John named it the Blimp because, dear God, this was a round bear. We have a variety of other bears around, but the Blimp was a spectacle to behold. Whatever her diet consisted of did not involve cardio or climbing. We thought Blimp was a pregnant grizzly the first time we saw it, but when she never gave birth and continued getting bigger, we started to reconsider our first assumption. Our house and the other properties around us are relatively new, and still, we're the furthest you can reach before the road ends in a roundabout whose only entrance is its only exit. We don't mind its isolation, nor do we mind the occasional visits from the larger wildlife population. Blimp was never a nuisance. We have bear-proof trash bins out here for obvious reasons. One morning, John and I were unloading groceries from the truck after church when Blimp came out of the woods, less than 5 yards away. Both of us stopped what we were doing and held our breath. Up close, Blimp is by far the biggest bear I've ever seen in real life. She was so large that her walk was more of a waddle as she scooted by. She didn't even look in our direction. She must have seen we were there, but she couldn't have cared less about our presence. John dove into the back seat as I jumped into the passenger seat, and we slammed the doors of the truck. Then we watched Blimp continue through the tree line out our front yard. I think Blimp might have been one of the grizzlies that I could have possibly outrun, at least endurance-wise. Though, thankfully, my bold theory never had to be tested. Blimp was a chill bear. I'm sad to say, however, that this story breaks my heart before terror sinks in. One evening, near the end of last year, John went out to get firewood. It was a task that he did regularly, but this night, he'd return with tragic news that Blimp had been killed. It was heartbreaking. Both of us are big animal lovers, and we'd really grown accustomed to having Blimp around. Surely an animal that size did not have predators. She wouldn't have been able to grow so plump otherwise. I asked if it looked like she'd been shot. Was it possible one of our neighbors didn't have such a passive relationship towards a giant grizzly waddling through? John says no. He's white as a sheet. As he tells me, the scene he came across was much more troubling than an accidental or even intentional killing by anything he could think of. And certainly, a gun was not responsible for this carnage. A ways beyond the grassy part of the backyard, there's a long pathway starting at the bushes by the tree line. This leads to another small clearing in the forest. There, we have a chopping block made from an old stump and a beautiful fire pit that John welded himself. When John finished collecting the wood, he turned around with the bundle in his arms and noticed one of the trees was a completely different color. Walking closer to inspect this anomaly in nature, John would discover that it's only the side facing him that seems to be splashed with this pigment. A wide red streak, starting from the base of the tree, straight up into its branches. As John got closer, the red line looked wet. He placed a finger into the liquid. It was much thinner than the sappy consistency he was expecting to touch. Then, John visually begins to follow this red trail all the way up. John saw Blimp. Its limbs dangled as her body laid straddling a thick branch high up in the trees. The rib bones are exposed from a wound that looks like something had taken bites from her. Blimp's head was missing altogether. Touching the blood between his fingers again, it registers to John that the sickening mess of carnage above him had recently happened. Quickly scanning the other branches near the body, John starts to slowly back out from under the tree. The lack of noise around him became discernible as John's footsteps and heartbeat soon became the loudest sound he could hear. It was like the forest around him fell into stasis. A wave of nausea suddenly hit John with such force that he began dry heaving. Growing with the pain in his stomach was the overwhelming feeling that he was being watched. All sense of safety was pulled away in the atmospheric fluctuation, and that's when John rushed back to the house. With terror stuttering his words, that was his declaration. The next morning, we both went out to the fire pit to get a better look at the situation. I know some of you wouldn't, but there was no way I couldn't see it for myself, the mess John described. It seemed incomprehensible, and I was going to see what my husband saw, if for no other reason than sharing what's now a core memory. It was easy to see the blood in the daylight, and we noticed a trail started before the tree. There was a streak coming from further in the woods where Blimp had been dragged from. Claw marks cut deep into the bark of the trees nearest, all leading to a part of the grass that was saturated in blood and pieces of Blimp's fur. No way a mountain lion could have done something like that. Even if they got lucky and did somehow get the better of Blimp, it's absurd to think they'd be strong enough to drag the body vertically up a tree. I'm quite sure 0 North American wild animals possess the strength to accomplish such a feat. Also, when John and I actually walked to the bloodied tree and looked up, the body was no longer in the branches. I would have thought to ask if we had the wrong tree if it wasn't obviously the only tree with a river of blood climbing one side. What was left of Blimp was gone, most likely retrieved by whatever got the best of her. The next week, we set up a large fence that surrounded our house. We also got a semi-automatic and a Dalmatian named after one of the Marx brothers. Now, almost 6 months later, tensions have settled a bit. No new evidence has been presented to further our suspicions of an invasive apex predator. Though, there's some parts of our 20 acres that we don't bother exploring because they're simply too overgrown by thick woods. We try to make our way around the other areas of our property monthly to check on things, make sure we don't have anyone camping on the land, stuff like that. Recently, John and I were doing one of these routine checks with Harpo. He's up ahead sniffing and peeing on things, and I see him pick up a scent that gets him curious. The wagging of his tail stops, and he's focused on locating the source of the smell. It brings him towards a bush that he quickly starts digging and climbing into the vines of, all the way until his upper half disappears. My attention now is on Harpo's excitement, and I'm wondering what he's going to pull out of the bushes. Harpo begins tugging on something that he's got a hold of. The bush shakes as Harpo struggles to free the object. Finally, the branches snap and release Harpo backwards, with his new treasure tightly clenched in his teeth. At first glance, it looked like Harpo caught a giant raccoon in his mouth. I sprinted at him and yelled for him to drop it. Harpo does, and it falls in the grass. I recognize it as not being a raccoon. Harpo had a bear's skull. Part of it, anyway. I got the leash out of my backpack, and Harpo walked closer to us. A river runs through the end of our property. It's the line that separates us and our neighbor's property. Harpo's always been a fan of playing in the water on our walks. So when we got there, I unhooked the leash from his collar, but Harpo didn't leave our side. Instead of running off as he normally would, he stayed glued to our hip all the way back to the house. So far, it's been the same ever since that day. We'll see how long that behavior sticks around. Since then, we've gone on plenty more walks around the property. Last weekend, we got the courage to make s'mores in the fire pit. We surely haven't solved any mysteries, but at this point, I think we're just grateful nothing happened to either of us out there, and that we feel somewhat safe again. We aren't exactly close to our neighbors, but I'm tempted to talk to the family or couple a mile down the road. They've lived here longer than the rest of us, and it just makes me wonder What do they know about this area that we should know? In 2016, I went on a week-long camping trip in Mississippi. I had just spent the prior week in Alabama, and needless to say, there was more hiking involved here. I spent 2 full days hiking deeper into the woods before setting up my permanent camp in a small clearing. I've been going on solo trips since I was 17, and this was supposed to be an easy one. No caves or mountains to explore, just a relaxing week in the woods with my fishing pole. Everything was going great until night 4, when I heard something walking around my camp's perimeter, just out of the firelight. I tried to stay calm and pretend not to notice because it was something on 2 legs, and that usually means people. But its stride sounded off, almost like a very heavy person trying to tiptoe, yet not quite that. Mostly, I just felt in my bones that something was the bad kind of wrong about it. All my years in the woods, and I'd never heard anything sound quite like that. It gave me chills. Besides, if there was another person this far out in the middle of nowhere, and they were sneaking around my camp, they weren't friendly. I was worried what it might do if it knew I had noticed, so I stood up slowly and went into my tent like I was going to sleep. Normally, I would put out the fire, but that night I let it burn. Once inside, the footsteps stopped. I sat quietly, listening, for 15 minutes without hearing another sound. It had either left much more silently than it came, or it was just standing out there, watching, or who knows what. I had a small handgun, but I didn't want to fire it unless I could see what I was shooting at, so I continued waiting. After almost an hour of silence, I began dozing off, only to be woken by a gargled cry for help. It sounded so wrong that I thought someone was trying to disguise their voice. It didn't come any closer to camp either, so if I wanted to help anyone, it would require walking away from the little safety the fire provided. That wasn't happening. The voice went silent long enough for me to doze off again, but started back around 3. And then once more just before dawn. When the sun rose, I did a quick search of the immediate area and found a trail of just 2, not 4, hoof prints circling my camp. At the time, I couldn't imagine how that could be possible, but that's what I found. I didn't really care about the explanation, though. I just wanted to go home. I packed up camp as fast as I could and started the long trek back to my car, hoping whatever had checked me out would stick to its territory. I stopped periodically to see if anything was following me, but I didn't see or hear a thing all day. When I stopped for the night, I was confident there wouldn't be any more trouble, but still made a fire and set up the tent anyway. Shortly after 10, the same strange-sounding footsteps approached my camp, but stopped short of entering the light. This time, it skipped circling the perimeter and went straight to calling for help. It sounded like someone with a deep, gruff voice, trying to use a high-pitched tone. It said, "Please help me." But the words themselves were off too, like they were being said by someone with a thick, heavy accent. Again, I ignored it, and I went into my tent. I'd never been so terrified in all my life. I imagined shooting into the woods and hitting some teenagers who were trying to be funny. Then I imagined doing nothing and having some monstrous beast rip me apart in my sleep. The whole night was a repeat of the night before. In the morning, I packed faster than ever. I'd lost time checking my back trail the previous day, but if I really pushed myself, I could still make it back to my truck before nightfall. I didn't stop for food or anything. By 4, my leg muscles were in knots, but I wasn't spending another night in that forest. I was only 30 minutes from my truck when it got dark, so I just couldn't bring myself to stop. 10 minutes later, I heard the same footsteps again, and they were moving faster this time. In a full panic, I began running and didn't stop until I got to the parking lot. That thing followed me all the way. I was so afraid that I dropped half my gear getting into the truck and left it behind. When the headlights came on, I caught a glimpse of what had been chasing me. It was partially concealed behind the trees, but I saw a giant deer standing on its hind legs, staring right at me. As I began to reverse, it went down on all fours and darted back into the forest. I haven't actually been camping since that experience, not even in places I'm familiar with. I don't know what that thing was, but I know it was pure evil. Last night I left to go home from a camping trip in Arizona, and let me tell y'all, something scared the shit out of me. I was driving back home to Cali from the forest in Forest Lakes, Arizona with my boyfriend. Suddenly, we see a huge dog-looking creature with white and brown fur on it. It was running in and out of the trees on our left side. My boyfriend and I tried to slow down to see what the heck it was, but all of a sudden, when I barely can get a glimpse, it started sprinting at my car on my side. Mind you, I had the windows down. It was a cool night, but I shit you not, I freaking didn't hesitate to hit the gas pedal and get the fuck out of there. I didn't care to look back or anything. I had that gut feeling and wanted out. But yeah, weird situation. Does anyone know what the hell I might have seen? I know what a dog looks like, and animals in general, but this thing gave me a whole different vibe. This is probably the most insane feral thing I've ever witnessed in 42 years of living, and it all took place right behind my house, which is now my greedy ex-wife's house. Yep, she took everything. Fellas, take it from me and get yourself a prenup beforehand. That girl next to you is gonna leave you high and dry someday. Now, back when it was a simpler time and I was still allowed to live in my own freaking house, I had a backyard that led out to beach access. It was my sanctuary. The property of the backyard had been lined with agave plants and golden cane palm trees. On warm nights, when the wife was staying at her mother's and I had the house to myself, I'd smoke a cigar and sit on the lawn to watch the sunset through the canopy leading out to the beach. On a handful of occasions, I'd see 2, sometimes 3, very small, gnome-looking things dash between the trunks of the palm trees. Their running speed is the likeness of a cat, and all on 2 legs. As quick as they move, I've been able to see that they're running on 2 legs. They resemble little cavemen. It looks like they use palm leaves and other plants for clothing. I've never been able to get a picture of them because of how randomly and sudden their appearance is. They're always in groups. I've heard them running through the trees way before I could point my finger as to what it was I was actually making that noise. When I actually heard and saw these tiny men run by, I thought, well, I actually don't know what I thought. I knew what I had just seen, but I didn't believe that I had just seen it, if that makes sense. They gave me a year to question my sanity before showing up again. Now the quick scuffling of branches and sand in the bushes put me a little more on edge, but I became obsessed with seeing them again. The nights I was home alone, I'd stay up all night tracking their movements and shining a flashlight around my backyard. But fleeting glances as they ran from the light was all I'd ever managed to see. Until one unforgettable evening. The sun had just set. I was tired from work that day and wasn't planning on going out into the backyard that night. I also didn't want to hear my wife complain about cigar smoke in the house, so I went out to the back deck to enjoy a beer and a smoke. Further past the yard, I see an owl flying around in the sky. It looked as if it was eyeing something in the tree canopy, and its flight path keeps slowly drifting lower, closer to my yard. Then, the owl dives into the leaves of the palm trees and flies back out of the branches with one of those cave people in its talons. A second little person's trying to jab the owl with a small, sharpened object. It looked like they were desperately trying to knock their buddy loose, but the owl was huge compared to them. The little guy with the spear lost his grip and hurtled down through the canopy. I could hear its body snap the branches all the way to the canopy floor. The owl exits slow and labored, but there were multiple tiny spears stuck in its wings and back. Some fell out of its wings, but there were a few that looked deep. Then, mid-flight, the owl dispatches the struggling caveman into its talons. It didn't stand a chance against the aggressive pecking. The owl was biting at the tiny man's skull and upper torso, while holding it securely in its talons. The owl didn't stop, but eventually the body draped in the wind like a plastic bag as the owl flew away too far to see. It all made me really sick and sad to see. I felt really bad for these tiny people. It really messed with me seeing such visceral carnage on something that resembled a human, albeit small, but closely resembled. Still don't know what they were, but I have to believe they feel pain and loss just like us. But until I'd told this story on things like wild, kooky cryptid forums, I've never had the means to talk about how much seeing it affected me. I could never even tell my therapist. I think there's a lot of shit that happens on Earth that people, more likely than not, think someone's gonna put me in a mental hospital if I tell them what I saw. And that's what I thought. Still do. That's why I'm talking to you instead of seeking help on capturing one of these creatures for evidence. Oh, and I'm not allowed 100 feet from the property nowadays either, so that's another reason I stopped searching for answers. This is a weird memory that I have with my grandma during the end of her life that kind of scared me. I was young, and such a contrastive point of view was far beyond my understanding. The conversations between the doctors and my parents went way over my head. I knew what cancer was, and I knew Grandma Yuki had a lot of it in her bones. She was sick, and that's why we were staying in the hospital with her. Years later, my comprehension of what Alzheimer's and dementia was would give me more perspective of why my grandma acted the way she did sometimes. Grandma Yuki was in her late 80s, and for days at a time, my dad and I would sleep on cots in her hospital room, because the doctors would tell us that she would be passing away soon. This routine would last 4 months in total. Doctors would call, tell us Grandma's on her last leg. We would prepare to say our goodbyes and send her off. But then days would pass, and her health would stabilize a bit. We'd go home, only to get another call the next day, telling us that she was hours from death again. It was a toss-up to see if she remembered who we were when we'd bunk up with her again. Grandma's forgetfulness was silly to me. She used to call me Child when she couldn't remember my name. Child, what are you doing in my room? Because I was a little girl, not remembering who I was wasn't as scary as when she'd forget who my dad, her son, was. He experienced the most of my grandma's memory lapses, and it really broke him apart. He would cry in the car on our way home from our visits. A few times my grandma attacked him, thinking that he was a stranger in her room. There was a lot of turmoil being passed around the adults that I was blissfully ignorant about. That being said, in retrospect, I was able to see my grandma change with an unbiased filter. Besides being as sick as she looked, in my mind, the other medical conditions weren't attributed to how she acted. Therefore, I wasn't skeptical when she whispered about the devil bird that landed on her windowsill. It was just her and I watching the morning news in her hospital room. My cot was pressed against the corner of the wall, right under the thick glass window, furthest away from the cords and IV bags that hung around my grandma's bed like plastic ivy vines. The view from my window looked out high above a smaller suburban city. Birds would land outside the window often, and my grandmother would admire them or pay them no mind. But this time, as we watched the morning news together, a bird landed on the window that she feared greatly. With a weak, raspy voice, she told me quickly, "Get away from the window." I did as she asked. The urgency in her eyes frightened me. When I got to her bedside, she would point my attention over to the window, the bird that was perched outside the glass. Its colorful body faced us, but its head drooped to the side, like it was trying to look down off the edge. With a trembling voice, my grandma whispered, "That bird is evil. That's a devil bird." I'd never heard of a devil bird before, and I had no clue why my grandma was so afraid of it. Technically, we couldn't even see its face. To me, it just resembled the other birds that flew around the hospital. It just sat strange. I couldn't see anything that made the bird special apart from the others. From its position, you could see one of its eyes. It was exceptionally big and black, but I questioned if I was just wanting to see this exaggerated feature rather than actually finding one discernible from the other birds. It was also the only one up there, and so comparing the size and blackness of its eyes was, again, most likely exaggerated by the name my grandma had given it. She was lucid at the time, too, not silly, forgetful grandma. Her heart monitor spiked until the bird flew away. Throughout the day, when birds would land on the windowsill outside, I'd ask my grandma if they were also devil birds. She said, "No, those birds are living. Devil birds are not. They're possessed corpses, allowed to fly again until their muscles wear away." The idea of possession was within my grasp, as I'd seen it referenced before in a show called Unsolved Mysteries. I asked how she knew the bird that morning was a devil bird. "Its neck was broken," she tells me. Unfortunately, this back and forth was pieced together between many forgetful lapses that lasted until the day she did pass away. Later, when I'd ask my dad about the devil birds, his answer pivoted off her mental state. I've always wished that he could have been there when she told me all of this, or seen the bird, if only to see how lucid she was at the time. Even in her full-blown dementia, she never referred to another bird as a devil bird, and more birds would land on her windowsill all the way till the day she passed. She was right. None of them looked quite like the devil bird. I've always been nervously curious to see if my grandma's account of devil birds was real. Believing in this is also accepting the belief of possession being real, no matter at what size. So now I've put myself out there, told my crazy granny story. You're now obliged to tell me if she was really crazy after all. You know, crazy, crazy. My grandmother passed away last year, and my grandfather has been having a difficult time with the adjustment. A few weeks ago, I went to stay with him, hoping to help him develop a new routine, get the house in order. He lives in the mountains and doesn't have any neighbors, so we always worry about him being out there alone. When I arrived, his yard was overgrown. A large pile of trash bags were stacked beneath the carport, and the inside was well on its way to becoming a hoarder's paradise. I hired people to help with the trash and yard while I focused on getting the house in shape. I couldn't get a clear answer on what happened to his trash cans. They used to have 5 or 6, so I brought new ones. On the 4th night, we heard a noise in the carport while we were eating dinner. Figuring it was raccoons, I stood to go chase it off, but Pappy said to sit down and leave it alone. He's normally a very docile, slow-to-anger man, but he was serious about me not going out there. I tried explaining that something was creating a bigger mess for the contractors, but he only got angrier. Not wanting to upset him further, I resigned to cleaning the mess myself and finished my dinner. While I was doing dishes, Pappy went to bed, so I checked the damage in the carport. Whatever had been there was long gone, but it wasn't a raccoon. The bin lids had been ripped off the hinges, and the contents were strewn all the way to the tree line. The next morning, I asked Pappy if he had trouble with bears, and he said his problem is worse than a bear, that it's something unnatural. No matter what I asked, his answers became more cryptic. Ultimately, I concluded that he was in a very bad place emotionally and must have mistaken a bear for something else in the dark. His mind had turned it into some kind of monster. Just to settle him down, I promised to never go outside after dark, and I got started on the day's chores. On my next trip to town, I picked up some bear spray and heavier-duty trash cans with locking lids. They lasted 2 days. This time the bins were peeled open like sardine cans. When I talked to Pappy about it again, he told me a little more. He said he called it a wobo. And no, I have no clue where he got the name. I assume he made it up because I can't find anything about it online. Anyway, it made me worry about his sanity, so I told my parents, who said they would speak to him about seeing a doctor. Meanwhile, I focused on what I still considered to be a bear. I slept on the couch for a few nights in hopes that I would wake up if anything got into the trash. The theory was that it might not come back if it got sprayed one good time. When I finally had my chance, I cracked the back door open to see something huge, and it was tearing into the trash bags. I opened the door a little more to extend my arm, and the creature raised up to face me. It definitely wasn't a bear. It looked like a wolf standing on its hind legs, but it also looked wrong. I started spraying it in a panic, and it made an awful sound as it fled, but it didn't run like a wolf or a human. It was more like a kangaroo. I've never seen or heard anything like it. The next morning, I told Pappy what happened, and he was notably upset. He said the wobo only comes during the summer months and never tries to get inside, but now I'd made it angry. He was certain it would come back for us. I stayed another week, brought new trash cans without further issues, but I was still nervous to go home. I've called Pappy every night since to make sure he's okay, and so far, the wobo has stayed away. Have you guys ever seen anything like this? Did I really scare it off? Or should I go back? My parents want to have us both committed, but I know what I saw. Unfortunately, I've encountered more than a few rabid animals in my life. If you come across one, either stay away, call animal control, or shoot it, but don't pick it up. Wait, make sure it's dead, and then follow the local protocols. I often bury rabid animals in a hole, soak them in diesel fuel, and burn the body, so nothing digs it up and gets infected. It's not a pretty picture, I understand that, but it's life or death when you see something foaming at the mouth. And death do a lot more than the rabid animal itself. It was around 9:30 at night, and the girls, I have 2 daughters, had been out playing in the pool when they came running in saying that there was a big, giant raccoon in the yard, that it was walking funny. Knowing that likely wasn't a good sign either way, I went out with a .22, and sure enough, this giant raccoon was staggering and foaming at the mouth. It was huge. It was dark outside, but I could see that much, and he could see me. He began to hiss loudly. I shot him 2 times in what I thought had to have been the head, but he didn't die. Rabid animals don't feel normal pain, and they don't have any fear, but they also don't retreat. Only that's what this one did. Ran away faster than any raccoon I've ever seen in my life. I didn't know what to think. We stayed inside. Almost a week later, I was barbecuing. It was still light out. I heard that loud hissing again. Surprised, I spin around. I don't see the thing at first, but I hear it. I run inside, tell the family to stay inside while I grab the .22. I went back out there, still hearing the hissing, and finally I spotted it. But this thing is way back, at least 10 yards away at the tree line, foaming at the mouth, but standing on 2 legs. And it's just massive. It's loud. I'm not even sure that it's a raccoon anymore, but I'm sure he's watching me. This is not the behavior of a rabid animal, keeping its distance. Absolutely not. Showing any kind of controlled behavior like stalking. Not to mention, almost a week had passed and this guy's still alive. Infected raccoons are ostracized from others, and they live a maximum of 1 to 3 days, especially with a couple shots to the head. Nothing about this creature made any sense, so I shot at it again. This time it seemed to literally dodge the shots entirely, but didn't disappear. Just kept watching from other parts of the tree line, hissing. I kept shooting. I knew I hit it, but it didn't matter. The thing disappeared, but I continued to hear the hissing, becoming paranoid, and I kept everyone inside, warned the girls about the hissing, told them to stay away from the tree line. Everyone had heard it and seen it at least once. That was enough to take it seriously. The girls said they heard it one night while in the living room watching a movie. The back window was open. They were both too scared to even get off the couch to close the window, so they just listened. Eventually it gave up, disappearing for what would apparently be the last time. I never saw the thing again. Animal control never reported catching anything matching my description, and they never reported any rabid raccoons in the area at all. I just have to wonder then, what the hell did we see? My parents are homesteaders, so we live a pretty off-the-grid existence. Behind our house is a giant 60 by 60 2-story garage for all of our farming equipment. The upstairs ended up being a clubhouse for my brother and I, so that's where we would spend most of our free time. A few years ago, we were playing Xbox late at night, and it started to storm. We like sleeping in the garage when it rains because it sounds nice on the metal roof. But then the storm got bad. The wind was blowing really hard, and the thunder shook the rafters. We were talking about making a run back to the house when something heavy hit the roof. It sounded like a huge tree limb fell on it. We ran downstairs and stopped outside the door because we couldn't see the house lights through the wall of rain. Even with the roof's 3-foot overhang, we were getting soaked, and the wind was blowing hard enough to make the trees crack. Then there was another loud bang right over our heads. We looked up as the flash of lightning struck. We saw 2 giant monster hands grasping at the edge of the overhang. The fingers were much longer than humans, and its claws or nails, they were just as long. Both of my brothers and I saw them, and when we screamed, the thing's face appeared over the edge just as the sky went dark again. From what I could see, it had a snarling, wolf-shaped face, covered in hair or fur. I couldn't tell if it was brown or gray, but it was a dark color for sure. My brothers and I screamed even louder, took off running towards the house. They quickly outran me and disappeared into the night. Then I really started to panic. My foot went into a hole, and I fell as another flash of lightning struck. I looked back while trying to get up, and I saw that this monster was on the ground, right where we had been moments before. It was standing on 2 legs, looking at me. Everything went dark again as it started coming towards me, and I still couldn't move. I laid flat and covered my head because it's the only thing my body would do. I could hear heavy footsteps running towards me, and I truly believed I was going to die. They were only a few feet away when a loud gunshot sounded behind me, and the footsteps stopped. There was a second shot, and the footsteps began running in the opposite direction. Still, I couldn't move until a pair of hands were trying to pick me up. I screamed and flailed until I heard my dad's voice. When I opened my eyes, he was standing over me, and I jumped into his arms. My brothers were with him. One held the shotgun while the other had a spotlight. We didn't stay to look for whatever that thing was. We just ran back inside and locked the doors. Dad saw a figure running at me, but couldn't make out its features. He thinks it was just a man, one that we mistook for a monster in the dark storm, so he called the police. But my brothers and I, we know what we saw. When the cops came, we tried to tell the truth, but they didn't believe us any more than our parents. They checked around our house that night and returned in the morning to check the rest of the property, but they found no signs of squatters or anything else. They probably thought that we were all crazy. Either way, my brothers and I decided that we didn't want to hang out in the clubhouse anymore. We didn't even want to go outside at night anymore. I grew up in South America, in Brazil, right in the middle of the country in the center-western state of Goiás. My stepfather's relatives lived in the countryside about 8 hours from the capital, Goiânia. I grew up there until about 7 or 8 years old, before moving to the capital with my parents because there wasn't enough work. We'd go back there every summer holiday, and my cousin and I would go fishing and hunting together. One particular week, we'd gone further into the countryside to visit my stepfather's brother, who lived in a farm a couple of hours from the town we were in. After lunch, my cousin and I decided to follow the little stream upward to see what was there and if we could find anything interesting. There were no neighbors for miles up that way, and the woods were filled with dangers like poisonous snakes and jaguars, but we didn't care. I must have been 14 years old at that time. We thought we were invincible. A couple of hours in, we had reached a very dense part of the forest that surrounds most of the area, and we were getting pretty tired. It was getting harder and harder to cut through the vegetation to keep going. Suddenly, we came by a clearing. The little stream that we'd been following continued on, but we decided to stop for a moment to get some rest and drink some water. To this day, I can't really explain what happened next. My cousin will tell you the same thing. It's just one of those weird, unexplainable things. On the other side of the stream, there was a small sandbank, and imprinted on it was a huge footprint. Man, it was huge. No normal human being could have a foot that big. Also, it was just one footprint, as if whoever it belonged to jumped over the stream in a hurry. My cousin and I walked over to it, scared shitless. We wanted to make sure that we were actually seeing that. We examined it, measured our own feet against it, and we realized that whoever this huge foot belonged to, it would have had to have been at least 5 meters tall. We suddenly started to feel this horrible dread coming over us. We rushed back without so much as a peep. We didn't even look back. People I tell this to often tease me, asking why we didn't go further to see what we could find, maybe another footprint or something else. But the fear of finding whatever that huge footprint belonged to scared the hell out of us. I never returned to that place. Aman is my grandmother's name. She immigrated to the United States from Mozambique during their civil war. She was a teenager when she made the move. I'm a third-generation U.S. citizen. My culture is my pride, but my culture is mixed with the American lifestyle. as my children will inherit and embrace the American culture more than I do. It's inevitable, and for better or for worse, I think. When Grandma Iman babysat, she used to entertain me by telling me stories of when she was a girl living back in Pemba. Most of her stories were to emphasize how good we have it in America from what she had growing up. But there was a story she told me only once, swearing on everything holy that it was real. Pemba is a coastal city on the peninsula, and all of the residents living near the water know a secret they keep to themselves. They don't share it in fear of the repercussions that it could have on the community. Grandma Iman knows firsthand how real these legends were. In her town, reports of missing locals were only made known from people talking to one another. Fishermen, even some that didn't go too far from shore, their boats would be found floating adrift, empty. Decomposing fish would still be in their nets on the floor from the day's catch. Other fishermen would find these boats, guide them back into port. Usually by the fishing gear, families could recognize who was gone. Everyone knew what had happened to the unlucky crew. The children thought that what the adults told them were tales to keep them home safe. It was talked about in a way of the Agawi. They resemble America's Bigfoot. Amon's mother forbade her from playing by the water at night, and she would tell Amon stories of her encounters with these monsters. But as Amon's future daughter would to her, she ignored her mother's warnings. She knew about the dangerous animals that lived around her. Venomous snakes and crocodiles were a constant threat that she grew up learning to predict and avoid. When Amon is a teenager, she falls in love with a boy who is about to go off to the war. In an act of romance, he blindfolds Amon and guides her down a rocky path to the edge of a dock where a rowboat with flowers, chocolate, and an oil lantern are sitting with a bottle of wine the boy had stolen for their occasion. He'd picked a quiet part of the water, away from the reptiles that nested along the long shoreline and the rocks. The boy stables the boat and helps Amon step in. Then, knee to knee, the boy turns the oars, pushing them forward and backward until they're far enough from land not to be spotted, but still close enough to see the dock. The water was calm in the inlet, and the stars shone bright in the sky. They were enjoying their time together, but before the bottle of wine could be popped, they felt the side of the boat get bumped. Both of them hushed down and huddled together in the boat. The bump that they felt vibrate through the old wooden boat wasn't heavy like a crocodile's curious push on the bow. The bump was better said as 2 knocks, then 2 more. The boy attempts to show courage for Amon. He grabs the lantern and slowly, both of them lean their heads over the edge of the boat, with their light source extended over the water. The boy leaned out further with the lantern. It didn't illuminate much of the darkness around them, and even less of the water, but it was enough for them to check for disturbances in the waves. There were no fins, no large ripples parting the water. Wherever the boy moved the light, the water below him was calm. Amon is also following the lit areas with her eyes, but something tells her to look straight down. Just under the surface of the water, closest to the boat, pressed against the side of the boat looking up at her, are 2 pairs of eyes that reflected the lantern's light, like small white crystal balls in the water. They quickly retreated as the lantern grew closer. But in that brief moment that their eyes met, Amon gasped and pulled the boy back into the boat, just as one of the creatures ascended towards them. There was a big splash that sent water spraying into the boat. Not only did it drench the 2 teenagers, but it extinguished the lantern, as well as spilling it over, leaking oil all over the boat. The moon was their only source of light now. The boy scrambled for one of the oars to use as a weapon. They sat close together in the dark and listened to the creature swim around the boat. Neither of them knew exactly what it was. Did they just see one big creature with 4 glowing eyes, or 2 separate creatures? Soon, the water got quiet again. Amon and the boy whisper about what they should do next, hoping whatever was messing with their boat had gotten bored and moved on. They decided to put the oars back into the water and attempt to make it back to the docks. As both of them move back to their seats, the knocking starts again from under the boat. This time, it's a consistent pounding coming from multiple parts of the boat. The boy begins to furiously row against the waves, leaning into each pull with all of his might, trying to get their little boat to move faster. With a violent jerk, one of the oars is torn from the boy's hand. He's almost pulled overboard with it, but manages to let go just before losing his balance. With only one oar left to work with, he begins switching from left to right, trying to keep the boat straight, but moving much slower than before. There's nothing Amon can do besides watch the boy as he exhausts himself, fighting the waves. She can feel her feet start sliding forward and realizes that the weight's being shifted to the back of the boat, and the side that she's on is now slowly lifting out of the water. Then it dropped back into the water with a big splash. If Amon's hands had slipped off the seat that she was holding onto, she would have been sent overboard when the boat was released. The boy gets tossed onto the floor of the boat, hitting his head. He chose to hold on to the oar instead of bracing. For a moment, he's knocked completely unconscious, lying at Amon's feet. She leans down to check on him, but the eruption of more water makes her look back up into the back of the boat. Water was cascading in all directions as 2 human-like arms reach up and into the boat. They were covered in black scales that glistened in the light of the moon. The hands were long and webbed like bat wings. The creature slowly began pulling itself up, climbing over the stern of the boat, or at least attempting to. Its likeness to a human was only by the shape of its upper body. Its features were vastly different. The long waves atop of its head resembled the legs of jellyfish. Its crystal ball eyes were large and very far apart on the creature's face. The front structure of their face, it pushed out like a boomerang, and their mouth opened to reveal rows of sharp teeth. As the monster attempted to pull itself into the boat further, its lower half was exposed, resembling that of an eel. Its eyes and teeth were clearly visible against the night sky, and Amon watched as its hands gripped onto the wooden bench across from her. She then watched the creature look down at the boy. The mouth opened wide, its grin from each side of its face. And then the jaw moved further and further down, widening to grotesque proportions. Out of a panic, Amon screams at the creature, but its attention stays looking down at the boy. The creature attempts to grip the boat further, only its horrific webbed hands seem to be struggling. Amon watches the creature's hands slip from the boat with each grasp. With the boy still passed out, Amon takes the opportunity to grab the second oar. Then, from one end of the boat, she swats at the lantern on the floor, attempting to spread the oil even further, hoping to make it too slippery. The creature uses one of its hands to grab the oar, and that's when Amon realizes that she has to let go of it. But suddenly, she's in control. The oar is released, sending Amon backward onto the boy, where she managed to keep hold of the oar. The water is suddenly loud and filled with a familiar thrashing. Looking out into the water, Amon can see that the creature is now struggling. Something even larger has its grip on the creature, and just before it's dragged under the water, there's an ear-splitting screech, some more thrashing, and then silence. The original threat, the ultimate predator of these very waters, the one that Amon had been taught to fear, had surely just saved her life. Never, in her wildest dreams, did she ever think she'd be so overjoyed to see a giant crocodile. Still absolutely horrified by whatever had just tried to make them their next meal, but deeply grateful to the giant. Shortly after, the boy regained consciousness, but was completely unaware of what had just happened. Amon didn't want to explain, for fear the boy wouldn't believe her, but also, she was in hysterics by then. So, the boy gently grabbed the oar from her and furiously began paddling back towards the dock. Aside from a giant knot on the boy's head, he was otherwise unscathed. Still, Amon couldn't believe the chances. She couldn't believe the whole thing had just in fact happened to her. One moment she was sure her date was about to die, be killed by something unthinkable, and now, on their way safely to shore. My grandmother didn't touch those waters again. She learned a hard lesson, and she urged her own children down the road not to make the same mistakes. Though some of them would, they wouldn't pay the same consequences. My uncle did lose his toe at some point in his youth to a Goliath tigerfish, so there were lessons being learned. I love my culture, I really do, but I don't understand the allure to tempt dangerous waters, especially at night, and maybe it's because I've never had to. But I'm just happy with a swimming hole, a saltwater pool on a sunny day. Possibly my grandma's lessons did in fact work on me. There's something deep inside of me that tells me to stay away from open waters, especially at night. And luckily, it would appear my daughter shares the same fears. When I was growing up, my dad would take me on camping trips every summer. When I was 17, he took me on a special graduation trip that was supposed to be 2 full weeks of deep woods camping. It took a day and a half just to reach our site. We got set up and slept in our separate tents. An hour before dawn, I woke up needing to pee, so I walked a few feet into the brush. I found a place to squat. While doing my business, I heard something behind me slithering through the grass. I jumped to find a king cobra emerging from the brush that I was just sitting next to. I know. We don't have those in the U.S. I know. Yet, here we are. It stood up. It raised its hood. It was a cobra. Its head was almost up to my chest. All I could do was back away slowly. It didn't move an inch, just stared at me until I was out of sight. Only then did I turn and run the rest of the way. My dad didn't believe me. I knew how it sounded, so I let it go. A few hours later, we were fishing, and he got to see for himself. He nearly lost his pole when he noticed it on the opposite bank. Again, just staring. It looked even taller than it had the previous night. Dad took out his pistol, hoping to at least scare it off, but the snake dove into the river before he could fire. We didn't like not knowing where it went, so we headed back. By the time we were eating our day's catch, the cobra was back. It positioned itself just outside our campsite, but this time its head was only a foot or two off the ground, like it was trying to be stealthy. I'm no snake expert, but I'm not unfamiliar with them either, and they don't stalk people. I don't care what kind of snake it is. They want nothing to do with humans. If you don't threaten them, they don't threaten you. The only thing we could figure is that some collector had released this thing into the wild, and we must be in its territory. My dad tried to shoot it, but missed, and the snake shot back into the woods. We made sure to stay zipped in our tents until dawn, and then packed up our gear. There were plenty of other spots to set up that weren't encroaching on Cobra land. We followed the river down for half the day and found a nice clearing. This way we could make it back to the truck without the extra overnight when the time came, which we still expected to be over a week away. But that night we saw it again. At first we heard something big moving through the trees. We thought that it was a deer or maybe a boar, so we got up with the flashlights. The noise stopped instantly, like whatever it was had frozen in its tracks. We circled the perimeter twice, but didn't see anything, so we got ready for bed. Around 3, I woke up to something heavy walking through our camp. I figured whatever we scared off before was back, with its own territory beef, but it was so close to my tent, I didn't want to startle it by poking my head outside. Instead, I waited for it to wander further away. Then it stopped, and a few seconds later, I screamed as my dad's gun went off. It scared the absolute crap out of me. I knew something was wrong. We'd never actually had to shoot anything before. Just as my hand touched the zipper, my dad yelled for me to stay inside. I heard him walk around the campsite. He wouldn't answer any of my questions until he was finished, and even then, he wouldn't let me come outside. He had seen the snake and decided it was time to get out of the woods altogether. We planned to leave in the morning, but I didn't understand why he wouldn't just go into his own tent, where it was safe. Even if there was some kind of freak, rabid, horror movie snake, it wasn't going to use a zipper. Yet he insisted on standing guard. As soon as the sun started coming up, we were packing. I never seen my dad so scared before or since. His hands were shaking as he took down the tents, but he wouldn't talk about the snake. I was so thrown off by everything that I'd completely forgotten that something big had been lurking right next to me when the shot went off. I didn't remember until we were back in the truck and well onto the main road. That's when my dad finally came clean. The big thing had woken him up too, and unlike me, he didn't actually see it. He undid his flap just enough to see a large, dark, humanoid figure bent over my tent, like it was looking for an opening. Then he watched in horror as it shifted into the cobra, almost like a humanoid shadow, melting and dissolving until only a snake remained. When he fired, he was certain he hit it, but it shot back into the woods, completely unaffected. I don't know what the hell that thing was, but I think it's safe to say we still don't have king cobras in the United States. This summer, I came home from my first year of college, which involved a 3-hour flight. Keep that in mind. Back in January, I began seeing a black, shaggy dog all over campus. The first time was when my roommate and I were walking back to our dorm kinda late. The dog was sitting in the middle of the walkway. It looked hungry, so I gave it my pizza crust. After that, I started seeing him everywhere. If I looked out my window before bed, he would be just inside the tree line, looking up at me. I'd catch glimpses of him as I went to class, but he only got close a few other times. On each occasion, I was either alone or with only one other person. When it was time to come home for the summer, my friend and I shared a pizza with him as a kind of going-away present the night before I flew home. Remember how I said it was a 3-hour flight, right? Yeah. So explain to me how that dog made it all the way to my parents' house. My room's window looks out into the backyard, and it was right there, staring up at me. There was no way that it could be the same one, so I went outside for a closer look. But he was gone. When I asked my parents about it the following morning, they said they hadn't gotten a dog, and they hadn't seen a new one at any of the neighbors' houses either. I was starting to wonder if I imagined the whole thing. That afternoon, my mom took me shopping, and as we backed out of the driveway, it was sitting on the curb across the street. She said that it must be a stray that just looked like the one from school, but I knew it was the same dog. I just didn't understand how it made the trip. I continued seeing it just like I had at school, only now I wasn't feeding it. I was officially creeped out. It was the first week of June when I saw it from my window while on the phone. The whole story spilled out of me, and my friend got pretty upset. She gave me that speech. How can you let that poor dog starve because you're being ridiculous? It felt like she restored a bit of sanity in me. Whatever the explanation for how it got there, it's just a dog, right? I was being awful. I felt so bad that I got off the phone, grabbed some leftover hamburger patties, and took them outside. The dog was waiting for me, but as I got closer, it limped away into the tree line. There was a small patch of woods between our house and the street behind us. Normally, I wouldn't have gone in, but I was worried about his limp. The idea that he got hurt while I was busy being afraid of a dog, it made me feel even worse, so I was extra eager to help. About 10 feet in, the overgrowth tripled, and I couldn't go any further in the dark. I threw the hamburgers thinking he would stop, but he only crawled deeper into the thicket. I didn't even have a flashlight, so I resigned myself to finding him in the morning. If my parents refused to take him in, we would at least get him to a shelter. But when I turned away, he made a sad, low, painful whimpering sound, and it broke my heart. I tried coaxing him out once more, but he wouldn't budge. Finally, I turned to leave again, and this time, there was movement. So I turned back, and I saw the dog's outline, but it shifted into something completely different. It was so dark in there, but I could tell that much. Something had changed. The dog was changing shape. I noped out of there so fast that I fell on my face. As I pulled myself up, I heard a deep male voice calling me by name. The dog, or whatever it actually was, could talk, and it was moving forward on 2 legs instead of 4. I ran back inside, made sure everything was locked, but nothing ever emerged from the woods. Needless to say, no one believes me. They think that I had some kind of nightmare. If it had ended that night, I could probably convince myself they were right and let it go. But the dog is still here. I see it all the time. I have no idea what to do. If I was the only one who could see it, I would agree with the mental breakdown. But my parents not only see it, they've fed it. I don't know which would be worse, having it follow me back to school next month, or having it stay with my parents. Someone tell me what to do. The Natchez Trace is one of the oldest transportation routes in North America. Humans have been using it for over 10,000 years. If you enjoy stories from the pioneering days, you've probably heard of it, as it's fairly well known for all the brutal robberies and murders that took place there. Today, you can enjoy a beautiful scenic drive down its entire length, but growing up, it was just an old closed-down road with a dark history. I grew up in Natchez, Mississippi, and the road I lived on ran directly over it. My dad would drive us to the overpass, park on the side of the road, and we would take our bikes down to ride along the trace. While there, he would tell me stories about all the Civil War skirmishes that would take place there, on and around the trail, how Meriwether Lewis of Lewis and Clark died and was buried along the trail, and so much more. One of the things he talked about most was the Harps brothers. They were known as Big Harp and Little Harp, and they ended up being some of the road's most feared bandits of all time. Most outlaws were motivated by money or food, but not these guys. They were straight up killing for the fun of it, full-on psychopaths. They terrorized travelers through Mississippi, Tennessee, and Kentucky, and they weren't shy about who they attacked. Big Harp is especially infamous for killing his own daughter because she cried too loud. But that's how twisted these guys were. They didn't hesitate to murder entire families. Anyone who crossed their paths were fair game. It was also a commonly used route for transporting slaves, and they were always prime targets for bandits. Once captured, they could be sold at auction or ransomed back to their owners. There truly is no end to the horrifying acts committed on this trail. Now, I had very much been raised to believe that there are no such thing as ghosts, demons, or monsters. My family is one of logic and science, so these were genuinely just interesting history lessons for me. I was never afraid to be out after dark. I knew those stories were from days long past. The idea that the road could be haunted never remotely occurred to me. Then Dad's bike got a flat tire, and we had to walk 45 minutes back to the truck in the dark. Normally, we had flashlights if we were going to be out that late, but we had fully intended to be home early that day. Luckily, the full moon and the stars were bright enough that we could just make our way. If anything, we thought the whole thing was funny. There was absolutely no fear or paranoia of any kind. But then we heard a woman scream. It sent a chill through me, one that I felt in my bones. I couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, but I remember exactly how that sound made me feel. The entire atmosphere changed, and this was the 90s, so we didn't have a way to call for help. I've never seen my dad so torn. I didn't understand his position back then, but we were essentially on a dark, unused road in the middle of the woods, and that woman sounded like someone was hurting her. What do? Leave your kid to investigate? He didn't have a weapon or anything to defend himself, and there was no way of knowing how many people were out there. Before he could do anything, a woman's voice screamed, "Help!" from much closer, and he sprung into action. In a blink of an eye, he pushed me to the far side of the road and laid our bikes in the bushes, saying we would collect them in the morning. While he was doing that, I was looking in the direction the screams had come from and saw 2 glowing red eyes set in the darkness. Again, I had zero knowledge of ghosts or monster stories. I had no clue what I was seeing. So when Dad turned back around, I pointed out the eyes and asked what it was. He didn't say anything. He only just stared at them. And while we were both looking, there was another scream. The loudest, closest one yet, and it absolutely came from the owner of those creepy red eyes. If not it, then something that it had a hold of, but the woods were completely still. There wasn't so much as a light breeze when this was happening. At that point, Dad scooped me up and started running for the truck. I had my arms wrapped around his neck, looking over his shoulder, facing behind us, and the second we began moving, something in the woods began moving, fast. It didn't come out into the open, but I could hear it crashing through the brush as it chased after us, and Dad only ran faster. Before long, it was even with us, and there were 2 more blood-curdling screams that sounded like someone was being murdered, but whatever it was, never broke the tree line. When we got to the overpass where the truck was, Dad started climbing without slowing down a bit. I saw the eyes one more time. Whatever it was watched us as we climbed the hill, but that was it. When we got to the truck, Dad pushed me through the driver's side and got back on the road in record time. We lived less than 2 minutes away from that spot, so we were still full of adrenaline when we got home. And Dad kept looking outside every few minutes for the rest of the night, worried something may have followed us. I must have asked him what that thing was 1,000 times, but he didn't know any more than I did. He called the police to report the screams, but he didn't mention the part about being chased, and we never heard anything back from the cops. I think that experience had him questioning everything he thought he knew about our world, but after a few days, his mind began rationalizing certain things away. He went back for our bikes the next day without me, and we eventually resumed our regular trips to the trace. But we were never out there past nightfall again. We also planned how far we went based on how long it would take to walk back, just in case there was another accident. I really don't know what we saw. Some people say it was a skinwalker. Some people say it was a demon or a restless spirit. One person thought it was a banshee. I'm not sure if I believe in all of those things or not, but if those things do exist, then that road has to be crawling with them. There's a wooden cross on the bend of a 2-lane highway just before taking the exit to my small town. I've lived here for years. Family lived out here, and after I graduated, I came to work for my uncle's roofing company. I casually gazed at this cross while passing by upwards between 3 or 4 times a day. It's a good reminder to slow down driving through these hills. The longer you live here, the easier twists and turns become. I'd like to hope I'm not the only one that pumps their brakes a little more when driving these roads. Sadly, this wooden cross isn't alone. Every few miles you'll see another one. A lot on such a small stretch of highway. But I'd find out. The crosses aren't at all an accurate depiction of the deaths that have happened. And while many of these are from driving under the influence, other accidents have had us scratching our heads when reading about them on our police department's Twitter account. Since I moved out here, I never liked driving on our highway at night. To easily sum it up, it's a twisty, thin road with a lane for east and a lane for west, divided by a thin yellow line. On each of the other sides are steep, mountainous drops. The only lights helping you see are the ones attached to your car. It's easy to see how most of the accidents occur. But then a notification will light up my phone telling me that they found a truck, unoccupied, with its hazards blinking. They identified the vehicle's owner from the wallet left in the glove box. They put on an extensive search in the area, but from what I know, the guy never came back to his car, and he was never found. I myself have seen balls of light racing in and out of the trees. Around here, no one's gonna think you're telling a lie if you mention Bigfoot. I've seen 2 of those big fuckers duking it out with each other right in the middle of the road. At least that's what it looked like. Either that or a big furry rock slide, and oddly enough, I haven't seen a furry rock. Mossy rocks I've seen, but rocks screaming and swinging on each other like massive gorillas with long legs rolling down an embankment and off another. If I was any closer, they probably would have taken me off the edge with them. We think they live in the abandoned mining caves located around town. Guns don't work on them. My buddy tried blasting one in his backyard, but that just pissed it off. He ended up getting all of his windows smashed in by a showering of big rocks being thrown periodically through the night until sunrise. Most of the time, they just stay out of our way. It's rare to actually see one up close, but I wasn't trying to make this about Bigfoot. I apologize, because honestly, I don't think they're the ones to blame for the accidents. Driving down this highway, I've also seen spirits manifest in the road. If I didn't have my wits about me, I would have naturally cranked the wheel until my car went off a cliff from a 90-degree turning angle. The city repairs the thin metal barrier, but the rubber tire marks remain on the pavement for years. There's something deeply creepy about seeing these faded trails that lead straight off the edge of the road. From the stories I've heard from others that have seen them, they think the spirits are intentionally trying to scare the drivers off the cliff because they're lonely. With so many deaths, I don't know how they could be so lonely, though. There should be enough souls out there to throw a mini festival, decades and decades of them. The county couldn't financially undertake the job that it would take to make this road safer, at least not anytime soon. All we could do is buckle up and drive cautiously. The wildlife around here stay mostly in the forested area. I've only had to slow down for a half full of deer crossing the road. But some people, they'll go as far as to tell you that the deer can't be trusted. This last one I actually heard a couple weeks ago down at the bar. A lady from one of our neighboring towns had walked into the bar, telling everyone that on her drive in, she saw a deer on the side of the road. It was standing up on two legs. Its face looked decayed, more skeleton than skin. It had huge black eyes, and it stared at her when she sped by. When she looked in her rearview mirror, it was chasing her. She floored it the rest of the way to the bar. The old pervs were the first to offer words of advice and trade horror stories in line with hers. One going as far as to blame these accidents on the deer. And at this point, I'd be a fool to rule anything out that seems too strange to be true. "1986. I was 14 years old visiting my dad in Alberta, Canada. After my parents had separated, my dad decided to live out in a small house in the woods, about an hour and a half away from the nearest town, off the grid. This was his dream, and he allowed me to experience it with him every other weekend. We would go hiking, hunting, kayaking, bird watching, you name it. We'd sometimes camp outside in the woods, and that's where I saw it. It was one of those camping trips I went on with my dad, where not only did I see a Bigfoot, but it was terribly close to me. My dad and I found a spot pretty deep in the brush to set up camp, and when night fell, we decided to sleep in our sleeping bags outside to watch the stars. My dad fell asleep pretty quickly, but it was a bit harder for me. I remember trying extremely hard to fall asleep that night, but to be honest, even though by that time I had been on plenty of camping trips with my dad, I was still pretty freaked out by the forest at night. This fear kept me awake all through the night. I remember that at a certain point, when I was just starting to finally drift into sleep, I heard something come out of the trees, snapping twigs loudly as it walked on towards us. My dad still fast asleep, and now I was basically pissing my pants. I thought some strange person was walking on towards our campsite, but as I squinted my eyes open a bit, I could see that only about 10 feet away from me was an enormous, hairy creature that stood and walked on two legs like a human would. Obviously, I wanted to scream out in fear, but I tried my best to pretend I was asleep in hopes that it would just eventually move along. I think the creature, which I now believe to be a Bigfoot, was attracted to the smell of the meat my dad had been cooking. And strangely, it didn't seem the least bit interested in us. It seemed more interested in just slowly walking around and out of our campsite. Presumably, they were looking for some food and must have thought we had some. But I have to tell you that not only was I scared at the sight of the giant hairy man, but I was also sickened by the pungent and overwhelming odor that the beast was emitting. Eventually, the Bigfoot seemed to get bored and disappeared into the darkness. I remember trembling in my sleeping bag, not being able to sleep the rest of the night. I didn't tell my father about it until he woke up the next morning, because I was afraid if I tried to wake him up during the night, the creature might have seen us awake, or even heard us, and I wasn't willing to find out how it would react when it did. When I told my dad about it, he just told me it was probably a large bear walking around on his hind legs. But I described to him that the creature was extremely human-like, walked like a person would. He chalked it up to me either hallucinating from fear or that I wasn't aware I was dreaming. To this day, I know exactly what I saw. It was about 9 feet tall, with extremely long, matted brown hair all over its body, including its face, which to me seemed to look very human-like in a primitive sort of way. I'll never forget the horrible stench that made me want to vomit. That was probably the longest and most terrifying night of my life, but afterwards, I came to honor the experience because I would come to realize that the creature was undoubtedly a Bigfoot. And I was one of those few people who got the chance to see it extremely up close. So, to all you skeptics out there, I understand your incredulity, but believe me, I've experienced it firsthand, and there's no doubt that these creatures exist. I'm not sure how abundant they are, but they truly exist. And they're not only scary looking and smelly, but they're fascinating to see. And even though I only remember hearing the Bigfoot grunt and growl a bit, I feel that they're more human-like than ape-like due to the appearance of that face. That was actually the scariest part, seeing not only was there a strange giant creature creeping around my campsite, but it was a very human-like, albeit extremely hairy creature. When I say hairy, I really mean it. I've never seen so much hair on the body of any creature. And that's my story. You can believe it or not, but I'd advise you to believe it because they're out there. It's not a myth. Unfortunately, or maybe I should say fortunately, I never encountered one after that. But the image stays clear in my head to this day. In fact, there have been many nights since then where I have dreams and I'm reliving the experience. My words here can never do justice to what I saw that night as a kid. I can never describe to you just how otherworldly and surreal the situation was. But it was real. I know I wasn't dreaming because I could not get to sleep the whole night. In fact, I was very wide awake, even though I pretended to sleep while every now and then opening my eyes slightly to catch glimpses of the Bigfoot. To this day, I'm greatly affected by the experience because it changed my whole perception of the world. After that, I would never doubt the possibility of anything existing, not even things like vampires, aliens, or the chupacabra. I learned from that night to always keep an open mind when hearing about the seemingly impossible, because I myself encountered a creature long thought and still thought to be purely a myth by most people. So, thanks for reading, and thanks to all the other people who have encountered Bigfoot like I have and have shared their stories. Stay strong, and know that even though most people will never believe what you've been through, there are loads of people out there, like me, that know you're telling the truth. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day. But what I found along the Stilquamish River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up along Mountain Loop Road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in, as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone way off the beaten path here had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh, none of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent in finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they failed to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest is gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who, or what, could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. Have I ever seen Bigfoot? Not exactly. I came across something in my wanderings that could possibly fit into the Bigfoot lore, though. I didn't exactly see any bipedal primates that day. But what I found along the Still-Quamish River was inexplicable and kinda creepy. I went up along Mountain Loop Road in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest to explore an area new to me that didn't have any trails. I parked on the shoulder of the road and entered the forest. It's worth noting that in my bag I had a topo map, a compass. I knew exactly where I was at all times during this venture. I also let someone back home know what area of the national forest I would be in, as well as the expected time of my return in case anything awry happened. I threaded my way through the pathless coniferous forest towards the river. When I entered the riparian section along the water, I was met with a strange sight. Dozens of alder, maple, and willow trees, smashed, shredded, ripped up by the roots. Others snapped, broken, or knocked over. It literally looked like someone had driven a tank through the forest, creating a swath of destruction about 50 yards long in its wake. Something or someone way off the beaten path here had thrown quite the temper tantrum. I'm mystified and more than a little creeped out. Who or what caused this? I checked for tracks or prints in the forest loam. Claw marks on the shredded trees, hair caught on the twigs or undergrowth, scat to be stepped in. Nothing. The damage was fresh, none of the torn vegetation showing the slightest sign of wilt. Sap on the exposed and shredded tree trunks was still wet, and it had yet to drip. The path of destruction varied somewhat in width. It seemed to be about 8 to 12 feet along the length of the mess. It was obvious this was not the result of flooding, fire, or quake. Could a mini tornado have touched down here in these rugged Washington mountains? Never heard of it happening before, but Then what was it? No trace of parts or anything mechanical. The terrain wouldn't have permitted any sort of vehicle down that far, off the road anyway. But still I search. I find no tire or tread marks, no paint scrapings on the tree trunks. The mess begins and ends abruptly, and without any further clues to its origin. I'm crawling around, so intent in finding a sign that I forgot one of the cardinal rules of tracking, to look up. There's many stories of trackers so intent on their pursuit that they failed to notice their quarry has circled back and positioned itself to ambush. Situational awareness should always go with attention to detail. I stand up. First, I'm hit with a disgusting smell, one that smells of literal garbage mixed with something I can't identify. Then, I notice the other odd detail. The forest has gone completely silent. And that's my cue to leave. I can't find any clues as to what caused this massive mess so far off the road. I head back to my car, trying to ignore the sensation of being watched, which is increasingly more obvious. About the time I can start to make out the breaks in the trees indicating the road, the forest has resumed its baseline noise, birds and insect activity. I left the woods none the wiser. Hopefully I didn't get too bogged down with the details of this account, but I'm still baffled as to who or what could have caused such destruction. A friend who's a Bigfoot hunter on his weekends was convinced that I found signs of Bigfoot territory, a warning to other bipeds to stay away. I don't know. Draw your own conclusions. I'm not going to claim that I know what I saw 100%. But in 2016, while backpacking through Three Sisters, Oregon, my fiance and I definitely experienced something incredible. Incredible, but fucking terrifying. The trip we'd planned was likely to take us more than 4 days, so we planned for a safe 6. We started at the Obsidian Trailhead, one that you need a permit for, so often it's less busy, but guaranteed parking and camping. North End is where we wanted to spend a good deal of our time. But we'd gotten a somewhat late start, so we knew we'd end up camping before we made it that far, so this trailhead was best. A little over an hour before sunset, we picked a spot near Hand Lake. Not too hidden, but off the trail enough to not be in the way. Almost as soon as we set up camp, we both decided to explore immediately around us. We'd absolutely picked a beautiful spot. To the east of our tent was a gorgeous open valley, which would make for an amazing sunrise. Then to the west were valleys of dense forest. While walking near the edge of the forest, maybe 25 feet from our tent, I noticed large clumps of what I thought initially was dead grass or dead pine needles. I asked my fiancé what he thought these clumps were. After a bit of silence, he says he doesn't know, but I watch as he picks one up and then immediately drops it. He has a disgusted look on his face and he's practically gagging. More nervous now, I ask him, "What is it?" Uncomfortably, he says, "It's fur, and it fucking stinks." Neither of us said much, but later I'd learned that we both considered moving our tent at that point, but sundown was maybe 20 minutes away. We'd never be able to make a move before sundown. Besides, within just a few moments, we were distracted by a little chipmunk family, and we started to really enjoy the sereneness of it all. It was like we had the whole valley to ourselves. The sun officially started to set, so we decided before we laid our heads down, we would use nature's bathroom. I didn't want to wander too far away from my fiancé, but we joked about being far enough as to not accidentally pee on each other. The mood was light. Then, it wasn't. I'd had to shush myself because I was still laughing to myself about earlier, but something compelled me to stop making noise. And when I did, it sounded like something heavy and large was making their way through the trees behind me. Before panicking, I remembered my fiancé was a bit behind me, or to the right of me. Maybe he was finding a new spot. But this didn't sound like my fiancé. It was heavier, and its footing, it seemed slow. I knew something was off about these steps, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I finished my business, and as I stood up, I could see my fiancé. He was in front of me, not behind me. And he didn't look good. He looked white as a ghost. Instinctually, I turn around quickly, expecting to see something, but I don't. My fiancé grabs my hand and we start walking quickly back to the camp. He pulls me in, whispering, "Something's out there. A bear? I don't know." It was tall and big, really big. Bears weren't impossible, but they were rare. We weren't quite to our tent when we heard something thunderous. It was the sound of a large tree or tree limb smashing to the ground, crashing in half, and falling hard just behind where we previously were. We stop in place. We duck behind a large rock surrounded by bushes. Despite being curious, I'm burying my head in my fiancé's arms as to try to get a grip and calm myself down. As I pull my eyes away and out into the world, I can see a large looming creature. It's a distance away, but it towers over in a way that I can see its back. Not a bear. Still furry. So, an animal. There's no way this thing is on 4 legs. Far too tall. I realize the sounds haven't stopped. Large tree limbs snapping, but also being quickly picked up, followed by sounds of being dragged. We can see above us, tree limbs in the distance. They're falling and rising again with heavy thuds, and you can hear a sort of whip or whoosh in the air. The figure, creature, got closer to us at one point, and I made the mistake of breathing. It took everything not to gag at the smell emanating from the other side of the bushes. Some sort of mixture between actual hot garbage and cow manure. I clenched my teeth so hard I could hear the grind, but I was just trying to stop breathing. At this point, not moving wasn't a problem. I was frozen, not even in the traditional sense. This was a sort of trance. It was almost calming, yet I knew it wasn't natural. What I couldn't do in that moment was look at my fiancé. I wasn't able to move my head or my body at all. At some point, the footsteps, the dragging of tree limbs, it all started to sound much further away. A shadow was no longer showing itself, and the creature itself was no longer visible from inside the bushes. I was suddenly moving my head and my limbs around, just to ensure that they still worked. They did. Still, we waited for a while. We stayed in the bushes long enough for the sun to set entirely, and then some. Finally, we decided to go back to our tent, slightly unprepared. The area was incredibly dark, and we'd only grabbed 2 small headlamps before making our initial quick walk around the area. We struggled to make it back without looking over our shoulders every couple moments. Once back, we realized how unfortunate it was to be in one of the areas which didn't allow for small campfires. It emphasized just how dark and just how alone we really were. Feeling a bit helpless, we dug out a few lanterns. We were stuck with only their weak glow as we got ourselves ready to try and sleep. Eating was entirely out of the question, as that smell lingered in my nostril for what felt like hours. We wouldn't get much sleep that night. We decided the rest of our trip we would stick with crowds or groups of people, or at least with camping. We'd try not to do it solo. We re-examined the clumps of fur from the previous day as we packed up the following morning. My fiancé eventually made a joke about how we should have bagged it up and had it tested. I told him that if he were to touch it again, the wedding was off. Somehow, we managed to have a light-hearted morning, but we would both later admit that we were pretty fucking terrified the entire trip. We'd only tried to make the best of it for each other. So, what do you think? Did we run into Bigfoot himself? Or a very stinky, very strange bear? I don't know. Help me out here. Again, this was Three Sisters, Oregon, in the Deschutes National Forest. Thanks for listening. My husband is from Russell, Pennsylvania, and he's a big, burly mechanic that doesn't get spooked very often. But he told me a story from his childhood that he apparently never got over. Has anyone else heard of this? Deep in the woods of the Allegheny National Forest, my husband and his dad were deer hunting. My husband says that he had a buck in his sights. He's about to pull the trigger, and the buck turns its head and makes eye contact with him through the zoom, like it was aware of his intentions. My husband felt a weird sense of hesitation during this time. He says that this big buck stood up like a human. Not only that, it started walking towards his hunting spot. His dad saw it too, but pulled the trigger. It hit the deer in the chest, but didn't drop it. Instead, it got back on all fours and ran away. I have to know, has anyone else seen deer walking like humans in the Allegheny National Forest?
When I was in the 3rd grade, I made friends with the new girl in town, Allison. She moved into the house next door to my already best friend, Emily. Before her, the home was owned by an old couple who raised their family there, I guess. We never met any kids, and we never went over there, except for Halloween. We'd go trick-or-treating. Anyway, it was sort of exciting to get to go into this new house that we'd seen from the outside so many times, but never the inside. We would spend a lot of time playing between the houses, Emily's and Allison's, as my house was 2 streets over. Both houses were bright, let lots of light in, similar layouts like most of the houses in our neighborhood. But in some ways, Allison's home was just a little different. It hadn't been remodeled, sort of thing. Large, foggy, yellow glass windows above the front door, instead of the clear glass window above Emily's. The flooring in most of Allison's house was this dark brown laminate flooring. Some areas were carpet, also dark brown, sort of thicker. Either way, Allison's family was really nice. Everything was normal there. But there were times that it felt straight out of a dream, despite being wide awake. The first sleepover, it was actually the last one. I came up with many excuses in the future, as did Emily, for why we couldn't stay the night. The other thing about Allison's house, it was her basement. Of course, it wasn't finished like all the other houses, like Emily's. Her basement was a laundry room, I guess, but these exposed walls, you could see through to the crawl space when you were down there. Basically, you could walk right into the basement walls. Not that anyone would want to. Super, super creepy. What was even worse is that this basement didn't have a door. The door had been removed. It was unclear if they were going to be reconnecting the door, but either way, from the inside, it remained doorless. During our sleepover, it was decided that we would be sleeping in the living room. I'd opted to sleep on the couch since I wasn't really fond of the floor, and I didn't want to crowd on a chair. As I lay on the couch, I'm immediately uncomfortable by the fact that I have a perfectly clear view of the basement doorway. A dark hallway that's only made lighter by the fact that the basement area is pitch black. It's from there, this vantage point, I see something shadowed emerge from the doorway. Immediately, I jump up, letting out a scream before covering my mouth to muffle the scream. Both Allison and Emily don't know what I'm doing, and they ask exactly that. Feeling like a fool, I explain myself, but I only felt more foolish as they grinned at me. I took my place on the couch and I just faced the other direction. Of course, this just made me feel like I was being watched from behind, so I opted to sleep on the floor with the other two. As we tried to fall asleep, well, Emily and I, since Allison was already sleeping, we turned off the TV and just joked around in the somewhat dark living room. The glow from the kitchen above the stove light provided just enough light for us to kind of see each other. I then see Emily's face, and I can see that she's looking just past and above me. Her face goes from normal Emily to something I've never seen. I don't even know how or why we both jolted up at the same time, but we did. I quickly turned to face the direction that she was facing, the direction of the basement. I see nothing, but it feels awful to look in that direction. I feel Emily grab my arm, then my hand. She looked like me, she said softly. What? Who? I said. But Emily didn't answer further. Instead, she laid back down and said, maybe we should just go to sleep. And I guess that's when we both tried and eventually succeeded in falling asleep. I didn't stay asleep, though. I woke up. No idea what time it was or how much time had passed because I didn't move. The sun hadn't come up yet. I woke up to Emily, but it wasn't Emily, it was her voice. It sounded like she was talking to someone in the other room, in the basement. I almost followed the sound. I thought she was saying my name. My body moved and I was almost up. But then I saw that she's laying right next to me. I don't know why there were two Emilys. I don't know what happened to Allison's house, but something just wasn't right. Hated that feeling so much. Is that what an evil spirit feels like, you think? Why did it choose Emily's form? Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this before?
I don't even know where to begin with this story. It all just seems too surreal for me and my 3 friends. Since this incident happened 4 years ago, no one's really spoken about it. In fact, what happened on the island of Hawaii actually is the one incident that almost broke our friendship. My name is Tom. I'm 25 years old and I love the outdoors. In fact, I love the outdoors so much I started a club in high school called the Outdoor Grizzlies. It was a very small group of us who would set up different hiking trips to go on. We had hiked all the way from the beautiful Sleeping Giant State Park trails of Connecticut to Julia Pfeiffer Burns State Park in California, which has a fantastic 80-foot waterfall. In this group of my fellow friends are my best friend since middle school, Jake, my good friend who I met freshman year of high school, Jennifer, and lastly but not least, Jake's girlfriend since high school, Christine. We were inseparable, and we went on all of our hiking trips together in high school. We held fundraisers with permission from the school. I believe the school saw how much we loved nature, so much that we would make a career out of it, so they gladly allowed us to take it a step further, with permission from our parents, of course. We were all in shape for the most part, which is part of the reason why we also loved doing what we did. It freed our minds, gave us clarity, took away our anxiety. Often you hear or have experienced yourself being a teenager riddled with anxiety and depression, walking an uphill of uncertainty. But that wasn't us. We even had a few of our teachers going hiking locally, and they told us how inspired they were, how it helped them with their anxiety and stress as well. After we graduated from high school, things sort of died down with the club. We all kept in touch, but as what happens to most people after high school, life. The only one I really kept in touch with was my best friend Jake. He was still with Christine, but her and I barely spoke because hiking just wasn't in our blood anymore. Jennifer did her own thing and was seeing this college jock named Robert. So we, with the exception of Jake, just drifted. A few years had passed, and one evening in May, I decided it was nice enough to throw a bonfire. Just a few friends. Christine didn't really want to hang around just people she didn't know, so she brought up the idea to invite Jennifer. And through the powers of social media, I made it happen, and Jennifer was actually very happy. She talked about how life had gotten in the way, and that her and Robert had broken up, so the bonfire was just what she needed, so she could play catch-up with all of us, like old times. She told me her number was still the same, and I called her to confirm. And that went easier than I thought. Suddenly, I was filled with happiness and excitement, just like old times. The laughter, the jokes. This was something I wish I'd done sooner. We had the bonfire. It went off without a hitch. It was approximately 1:30 a.m. It was just us after everyone else left. Myself, Jake, Jennifer, and Christine. It was perfect. The cool breeze embraced my neck. The fire kissed my nose, leaving me with goosebumps. Jake mentioned how peaceful and nostalgic this was as he downed the tail end of his beer. The energy around our group was just nice. Jennifer mentioned how I once slipped on the wet rock trying to run away from an unusual bug, which was named the bug incident. We all laughed, and Jake said, if only we could relive those days and go back. Christine looked at Jennifer and said, what if we can relive those days, but we don't have to go back to relive them? Christine jolted up from her relaxed state. They both gave each other this look like they telepathically knew what they were talking about, and they both squealed. Jake and I smirked because we knew what was coming next. And without boring you with more details than I already have, basically we planned a trip. We picked a place exotic, different. We all voted on Hawaii. We always wanted to go there, but could never raise that much money to go, given that it was so expensive for a bunch of high schoolers at the time. So we formed a plan. Jake's aunt was a flight attendant. I had a rainy day fund with a generous amount of money. Jennifer saved money for a trip that she was going to take on her own, and Christine had a decent YouTube following for makeup, so she was sure she could crowdfund. After 3 weeks, we combined our finances and were able to afford the trip. We were going to stay around the Honolulu area because there was a very well-known hiking place there with beautiful waterfalls. When we arrived at our destination, boy, were we excited. We decided that we would be tourists for the first 3 days, and the last 3 days we'd spend hiking around the area. We'd use the 7th day for getting ready to leave. We wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to camp out in the area. When the time came, We felt like we were ready. We had all done it before, camping while hiking, and were very well versed in general in both. So we had experience, and we felt like we could take this on. We made our way deeper and deeper into the forest. We saw people along the way, a couple of tourists that we spoke to, a few friendly locals, and then we began to notice how much more isolated it became. Christine had said that we seemed far away, that we didn't have any signal on our phones anymore. She bought a compass and a map, so she said we should just find a place around the area we were in. We all agreed. We found a beautiful place. It was like it was waiting for us. It was on a cliffside, looking over almost the entire island. We didn't realize how far up we'd hiked, but it was relatively safe. There was a fence made of bamboo, so you really couldn't fall unless you purposely threw yourself over the fence. But even then, there was a big enough rock protruding out, so you couldn't fall too far and die, basically. It really was the most magnificent view I'd ever seen. We set up one of the tents, and then we had set up some lanterns around, and we made a fire to keep away the insects. Jennifer decided to go with Christine to explore around while Jake and I were setting up. Eventually, Christine yelled, "Hey!" Then we heard her clearing some brush, and she said, "Stairs?" I thought she was just imagining it or joking, and she said, "No, guys, come on, look." They looked pretty worn, but they led to that piece of the rock at the bottom. To put it into better perspective for you, the reader, picture Pride Rock from The Lion King. We were standing on that flat piece, and then imagine another flat piece on the bottom of that, but with stairs that wrapped around to let you get to the bottom. Jennifer was against going down the worn steps because she was afraid someone might get hurt. But we had to know what the stairs led to. What if it was a treasure, an artifact? Jake and I decided to go, and the girls could stay. The stairs in the beginning were made of stone and were worn, but once we got to the middle of the steps, it wasn't as bad. We finally got down and saw that it was a piece of the rock that we were standing on, like on the upper level, minus the forest. It was like a cave. We'd made our way into the cave, and we could hear our footsteps crushing broken coconut shells and sand grit. Jake took his flashlight and lit up the inside. We were amazed. There seemed to be drawings on the walls and what looked like a burial site. It looked disturbed, but the drawings are what made us intrigued. I lit my flashlight and I pointed it to the wall. We were able to make out bodies and very tiny heads. We carefully swept the debris from the wall. We needed more light to understand the carvings, so we called the girls and reluctantly they came. We asked them to point their flashlights at the wall, and then we all did the same at the same time, and they were just as amazed. We took photos and we said at the end of our trip, we'll let the information desk know about this place. Maybe we discovered something that no one else has ever seen. Christine said, "Wait a minute. It seems like these carvings tell a sequence of events from right to left." As we looked at these carvings, we saw what looked like a figure pushing someone off a ledge. We immediately got the chills and collectively decided to head back. Jake broke the silence and said, "Remember, this was thousands of years ago. It was just a part of history." Jennifer replied, "Yeah, but it's just as creepy." We all agreed, though, if it were to rain, we'd seek refuge in the cave. We decided to go look around, not too far from the campsite, but just explore. We were all inspired since we stumbled across that carving on the wall. Maybe we could find something else. We were about 15 minutes into our walk when we realized the sun was beginning to set. Christine brought up the fact that we should probably head back. We don't want to get caught out in the dark. It would make things harder for us. We all decided to head back. As we were heading back, we heard rustling and sticks breaking. Christine grabbed Jake, and Jennifer locked her arm with mine. Jake looked at me in bewilderment and said, "An animal?" And I said, "No. Whatever it is has a heavy foot. Familiar footing." Jake had a military-grade knife, and he had his hand on it. Jennifer had her mace. The branches were sounding louder and louder. We froze. We braced ourselves on the defense, just in case. Suddenly, the big leaves parted, and a man who looked like a native Hawaiian, had a straw hat and one of those touristy-looking Hawaiian shirts. He emerged from the bushes. He said in a stern voice, "Why are you in these parts?" We explained that we were hikers from the mainland, and that we have a campsite not too far from here, on a rock. We also mentioned the strange markings we saw on the cave walls. After we'd said that, his eyes widened, and we all agreed that it felt like they pierced our souls. And he said,
"I'm going to give you advice from one human being to another."
We just stood there, wide-eyed, with nothing to say, listening intently, waiting for what he would tell us. He said,
"You should not sleep there. You should pack up your things and leave. Many bad things happened in this area for millennia since the Golden Age has been broken. A curse that's been cast on this sacred land, and it would be foolish for you to stay here."
Jennifer said with a knot in her throat, "Why?" The man said, "The night marchers. Poe approaches. Get somewhere safe. And whatever you do, don't look him in the eye." And then he took off. We all looked at one another, and Jake said, "Did we really come all this way to leave?" We decided it's only going to be one night, and dusk was already approaching. As soon as the morning comes, we'll pack up and leave. We just won't touch anything. So we made our way back to the campsite. When we finally got back, Jennifer remembered she'd brought a pot and 2 cans of clam chowder. So we relit the fire, put the pot over the fire, and heated up our food. We enjoyed a decent dinner. It was one of the best nights we had hiking since our high school days. Christine looked at her watch and noticed it was 12:45 a.m. I'll never forget that time, because it was the start of the night from hell. We decided to get ourselves ready to sleep. 2 people could fit in one tent. Since it was beautiful outside, and Jennifer and I admired the stars, we decided to lay out and fall asleep under the stars. I remember thinking to myself, I only see skies like this on the wallpaper for my computer. It was just so magical. I dozed off. I remember waking up to use the bathroom. Of course, there really was no bathroom, so I decided to go into the woods. I remember it was silent. No animals making noise, no insects, nothing. It was eerily quiet outside. It was like time stopped. I quietly walked behind the tent and into some bushes to release. And then I heard a horn. I'm not sure that that's what it was, but it sounded like a horn. I just passed it off as me hallucinating. I headed back to sleep. As I was drifting back off, suddenly I heard what sounded like a drum. My finger tapped the ground with each beat of the drum. It began to get louder and louder. Jake woke up and peeked outside the tent, and he looked at me and said, "How do you have service up here to watch a movie? Turn it down, man." I said, "Jake, that's not me." Now, if you knew Jake, you'd know that he only uses my full name when he's really serious with me. And he said, "Thomas, stop joking and go to bed. You know we have to get up early and leave." He rubbed his eyes and looked at his Apple Watch. And then, just as suddenly as all the others, a horn noise went off again, and it was even louder. Jennifer sat up and said, "Okay, the prank isn't funny, not cool." Immediately, it sounded louder, and the drum was getting closer and closer. Christine was fast asleep in the tent. Just when we thought we were cornered, it went silent. All you could hear were our own heartbeats. We were frozen, looking at one another. I gave Jake a look like we had a plan, and we nodded at one another like we knew what to do. Jake slowly went back into the tent, and you could hear him whisper, "Christine, Christine," followed by a soft, "Yeah? Is it time to get up?" I looked at Jennifer, and she was in what seemed like a daze. I motioned to her to grab her bag, but she wasn't moving. She looked like she was moving her mouth, but nothing was coming out. I broke out of my fright, and I went up to her and I said, "What's wrong? We have to go." She lifted her shaking arm and half pointed behind me, and I grabbed her arm and said, "What?" in an angry whisper. And she said, "Behind." My breath shook, and I slowly turned. Behind me, I can hear Jake getting things together in the tent, and as I turned around, this was the part that scared me to my core. My fight or flight kicked in, and I barely remember anything else. I saw a tall man, at least 6 feet tall, with a machete. But that's not what scared me. It was his head. It was very small. He had what looked like a coconut shell for armor, with eyes cut out for holes, and a small hole for the mouth. His body looked normal, but his head, the size of a coconut. Jennifer screamed. Christine and Jake came out and froze in fear. I immediately pushed Jennifer away from looking at this monster, this thing. She snapped out of it, got up, grabbed me, and ran. Jake and Christine followed. We didn't know where we were going or which direction. We just ran. We left everything. We heard footsteps, branches breaking, as if there were like 10 of them following, just cutting down the branches like nothing. I don't know how we got through the forest, but Christine noticed a strong river of water, and we figured we could lose them if we crossed it. We all jumped in, started making our way through, but it just kept getting deeper. Before we knew it, the river overpowered us. As it carried us, I looked back and I saw 5 of those beings with various weapons in their hands. They stopped following us. They just stared at us. I kept looking, and I'll never forget seeing these people. being of average height, with small heads. I don't know, but I passed out. I woke up to the sun on my face and Christine hitting my face. She'd had a gash on her head, and Jake and the rest of us, we all had scratches and bruises all over our bodies. Before we could even talk, we heard a helicopter over us. They came and airlifted all of us to the island nursing triage to get us checked out. I asked the guy, "How did you find us?" He said that an individual's Apple Watch sent them coordinates at 4:55 a.m. They'd been looking for us for about 4 hours because it wasn't easy to get to where we were. Christine just cried and Jennifer hugged her. Jake and I looked at one another. The guy added that we shouldn't have been where we were and that we were way off the path. Local authorities came to speak to us and ask us what happened. I told them everything, from the drawings to the strange men with small heads. Officers went on to explain that that's just folklore. But then he continues, saying that people get so frightened of the night marchers that they end their life because their minds can't take what they've seen. He goes on to say that they've only had 2 instances of documented suicides. One was a 19-year-old girl who jumped off the rock cliff we were camping at. And the other person, they called off the search because authorities refuse to search when night approaches. The area was closed off to the public when they found 4 headless bodies in the 1980s. And the perpetrator was never found. He continued that we must have been way off the trail to be by that rock area because it's completely closed off. They seemed really puzzled how we even got there to begin with. As I had chills run down my spine, I wondered, did we actually go into the river to escape, or did we try to end our lives? And what was under the coconut shell? Was there even a head at all? But how could they breathe or see? I asked the officer taking our statement, "Do the night marchers have heads?" And he said, "According to folklore, since you're alive to tell the tale, they didn't remove their coconut shell. But had you died and jumped off the cliff, you, like the young girl who did, would have known the answer for yourself." We decided to take a very long break from hiking or camping. Instead, we would just meet at the bar. And though I can't help but wonder what a head the size of a coconut looks like, no one really wants to talk about it. We grew up in the upstate of South Carolina where there's nothing for miles. My best friend told me an encounter him and a mutual friend had while driving down an old country road. Said that they were just taking a drive, drinking a few beers. When they turned a sharp curve in the road, they saw what at first they thought was a man on all 4s. But as they got closer, they realized it wasn't a man. But it had a head of a man. The thing's body stretched over halfway over the road. It wasn't pale white, but he described it as like a dark ash. And he said that the thing, it never looked back. It was just the back of the head. He said he stopped a few meters away because he wanted to run up to the thing. So he slammed on the brakes, while our mutual friend Andrew was screaming to drive. You'd just have to know my best friend James to know, but James got out of the car. He said it was like a man, but with very long legs and arms that turned up backwards, kind of like a grasshopper. It's how he explained it. He said that it didn't move like, well, when it moved, it was moving not straight forward, but sideways, like a crab. I had a similar experience 2 years later. I'll have to write about it another time after work, but has anyone seen this? My girlfriend and I live in an apartment complex at the edge of our small town in Illinois. Right next to us is a lively wooded area full of coyotes, deer, and lots of birds. Last night at 3 a.m., she went outside to grab a case of water from our car. She heard a girl's voice say, "Hello?" from the woods. She couldn't see, but she replied back with her own confused, "Hello?" Next, the voice asked, "Can somebody help me?" And it gave her the chills, so she ran back inside. Right before she entered the house, she heard it again, only this time it was closer, and it didn't sound like a girl's voice anymore. It didn't even sound real. After having time to think it over, she thought the girl's voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. I fully believe her because in the 2 years we've lived here, we've never talked about anything like this. Plus, I saw the shock on her face when she rushed inside. She was also out of breath. I thought she'd seen or heard a gunshot or something. She thinks it was a skinwalker. What do you think? I also read that you're not supposed to interact with it or share your encounter with anyone. Hopefully it'll be okay just to share this one instance if that's really what it is. Last fall, I went on a nighttime hayride. Not a spooky one. Well, it wasn't supposed to be spooky. It was supposed to be a scenic ride through a moonlit forest trail. I didn't even want to do it, but my best friend had got dumped the night before she planned to go. Tegan loves all the outdoorsy stuff. The stench of horses is basically her perfume. The ride started at 9, and the trail was a big loop that normally takes an hour to complete. But we were there through the following morning. All together with the driver and a young couple, we were a group of 5. Everything was completely normal for the first leg of the trip, but a few minutes before we arrived at the halfway marker, the guy across from me noted that the forest sounds had suddenly gone silent. There were no birds, no bugs, no rustling trees, nothing beyond the horses clomping and the squeaky wagon. I probably wouldn't have noticed it on my own, but once you do notice, there's no ignoring it. It takes a vast, heavy silence to cover an area that large. No one spoke again until we actually arrived at the halfway point. We were only stopping for a few minutes. There was a little bench for anyone who wanted to take pictures or just look around, and a bathroom. But as we started to climb back into the wagon, that strange, eerie silence was broken by a high-pitched scream. Both of the horses suddenly went crazy. The driver was just as shocked by their behavior as everyone else. He assured us that the scream had only been a bobcat, something that the horses heard on a regular basis. After several minutes of trying to calm the horses, they finally began to settle down, but the driver didn't want to risk an accident. Instead, he called his son to come get us in a pickup, and after giving us the update, he stepped away to make a second call. It was during that time that the rest of us heard a muffled cry from deeper in the forest. It was different from the bobcat scream. This was more akin to someone shouting for help with their mouth gagged. The 4 of us stared into the dark forest without moving for what felt like several minutes, until Tegan called out, "Hello? Is anyone there? Do you need help? Hello? Anyone there? Help!" The reply was instant, and though garbled, it was clearly a woman's voice. She sounded desperate, as if she'd been struggling against someone or something. I was getting ready to call 911 when the guy who sat across from me suddenly darted into the woods. His girlfriend called after him, but he didn't even spare a glance back. We heard him call out to the woman just once more, and then we never heard from either of them again. The driver noticed the commotion at the same time that his son was pulling up, and I'll never forget the look of sheer terror on his face as we explained the situation. We wanted to search the woods ourselves, but he wouldn't hear of it. He just said that it was too dangerous to go into that part of the forest after dark. Even search and rescue wouldn't come out until the next morning. But they never found any sign of that poor guy. I just don't understand so many things that happened that night. I don't understand how someone is right in front of you one minute and seemingly gone from the face of the earth in the next. My mom told me a story of when her and my great-uncle Hector went caving. The year is 1990, and in the midst of a grueling final semester of my mom Maria's senior year of college, her grades were at the lowest they'd ever been. She was going to flunk out of college unless she thought of something pretty fast. My great-uncle Hector worked at an REI and was an experienced rock climber and caver. She knew he was out on the trails every weekend. Hector was pushing 70, but acted like he was 20. One Friday night, they're on the phone together, and Maria's telling him her worries about failing her natural science class. That's when Hector had an idea. He said that new passages are always being discovered in caves, some big, some small. He was going on a hike this weekend. He suggests that she asked her professor if this cave exploration could count as some sort of credit. Maria had never set foot inside a cave before, but they thought that if they could find a new area in this cave, they could pull Maria's grade up to a passing grade. Hector seemed confident in the possibilities, feeling more comfortable with using an anonymous questionnaire on her professor's online messaging board rather than in person. Maria received a response on the message board from her professor, whose message was enthusiastic. Happily, he was accepting the student's mysterious wager. He replied, "If anyone can find a new cave passage, species, or insect or animal while successfully recording and or documenting themselves in or at the place that they find it, I'll be happy to bump their grade up a grade and a half." Another message quickly popped up adding, "Don't kill yourself over a grade this weekend. You'll be able to make up credits by taking summer school classes." This was Maria's last year of college. And that summer, she had just landed her first job as Snow White, a cast member on one of the new Disney cruise ships. That ship wasn't sailing if my mom failed her senior year. Well, it would be sailing, just not with my mom on it, unless she brought her grade up. And in her words, dying in a cave would have been better than spending the rest of her life in Medford. After seeing her professor's response, Maria called Hector back, telling him that she would be accompanying him on the hike tomorrow. Hector packed their backpacks with lunch and supplies for the excursion that was planned on lasting the afternoon. It takes them hours to even reach the mouth of the cave. By that point, Maria's already gassed out. But Hector's already getting on his headlamp and beginning to crawl into a small, knee-high rock opening. Not wanting to slow down his pace, Maria quickly got on her headgear and followed after. When they got into the cave, the first room they crawled into was a large open area with 4 or 5 different passages. She slowly walks behind Hector as he takes one of the passages. Maria and Hector would then climb steep rock walls, squeeze through narrow openings, and jump crevasse gaps in the pitch black. Following a pitch black path only Hector knew, Hector told Maria that the area he was looking for would be coming up soon. Both of them were extremely hungry from all the movement and decided to take a quick lunch break in the next open cavern they found. After some more tight squeezes, they entered a large room with a rock wall that reached further than either of their beams of light could reflect. Hector lets out a victorious yahoo that echoes all around them. Then they found a big flat rock to sit on and dig into the meals that Hector had prepared. With a small pen light, Hector shows Maria a map of the cave they're in, showing her where they've been and where they plan to go next, circling 3 spots that could potentially break off into other chambers. While Maria sits pretending to know what Hector's talking about, all she can think about is her future cruise in the summer sun. A sharp contrast from where she currently was. As Hector's drawing a line across the map, he suddenly stops and tells Maria to stop chewing. She sits there frozen with a bite of food in her mouth. It looked like he was listening for something. Hector tells her to turn off her headlamp. Maria flips her switch at the same time that Hector flips his. And then they're both sitting quietly, silently, in the damp, dark cavern, listening. Maria still didn't know what this was all about, but she didn't dare to interrupt the air around them. Then she heard it. "Help me!" Maria started to whisper, "Did you?" but gets cut off by Hector's shh. Making sure to stay completely still, Maria goes back to listening to the voice, and again, after a few moments of sitting in silence, they start hearing this voice calling out to them. It's saying, "Hello, hello, help me, help me." Maria is about to stand up and call out to it, but almost predicting Maria would do that, Hector reaches over and rests his hand on her shoulder with light pressure. Then the voice that they're hearing begins to change and distort until it's a completely different sounding person calling for help. The words and sentence patterns start to change. What's now echoing off the walls was like human speech, but it kept cycling through different voices, and none of the words were real words. Then they hear this talking begin to increase in volume. It was getting closer to where they were, but with the sound bouncing off the hard surfaces all around them, they weren't able to pinpoint where it was coming from. They knew whatever it was, or whoever it was, they knew that they were there. Now the only question would be if they could see Hector and Maria sitting still on the rock. For a brief moment, the voice stops. They're still listening to narrow in a direction that it could be coming from. Maria sits on the cold rock, absolutely terrified. She's having a hard time controlling her breathing. Hector keeps his hand on her shoulder. Neither of them can see each other, but Maria can feel the tightening of Hector's grip, and she can tell he's afraid too. Then they hear something crawling around the rocks, and it sounds like it's coming from directly above them. Maria's looking into the same black as any other direction that she could look, and she starts to pray in her head, praying to God that whatever this thing was, it would just turn around and crawl in any other direction but down. But sure enough, as it started to repeat nonsense words, they heard it begin to make a slow descend towards where they were. While it was talking, Hector leans over and tells Maria that on the count of 3, he's going to turn his headlamp on, and they're going to run. Don't grab anything, just focus on staying as close to him as possible. Then Hector whispered, 1, 2, 3. His headlamp turns on, and the white light blinds Maria for a second, but she doesn't have time to stop. Hector doesn't look up. He doesn't turn around. He's just making his way back, retracing where they'd entered from. As they're squeezing through the crack, Hector's ahead of Maria, but they can both hear the creature's noises, getting more animated and loud. In the dark, they hear what sounds like a loud slap echo through the open cavern. Whatever it was that had been hunting them had just moved from the wall of the cave to the floor. Hector pushed his way through and started pulling Maria the rest of the way through. When they heard the footsteps begin running in their direction, they really panicked. It sounded like a person running on gravel. Maria held onto the back of Hector as they navigated the twists and turns back in the direction from which they'd come. Eventually, the sound of their pursuer died off, and they could slow down. When they exited the mountain, it wasn't until halfway down that Maria remembered she'd just left all of her school supplies and any hopes of a passing grade in the cave. As the adrenaline wore down, Hector's fear turned into a sort of fascination, like an epiphany. He concluded that most Native American cryptids explore the forests, but primarily reside inside the infinite amount of cave systems located throughout the land, entering and exiting through hidden passages no one's dared attempted to squeeze into. His hypothesis turned into infatuation and obsession. During that summer, my mom had to make up credits. Hector instead went back to the cave system with a friend, twice. Once he was successful in the trip, even bringing back samples which he initially had no idea what to do with, but eventually sorted that out and decided to go back. He returned a second time with the same friend. Tragically, that time, Hector's friend would return saying that Hector had lost his footing and fallen in a crevasse. My mom says the hardest part for the family was the fact that they were never able to recover his body from the caves. Personally, I stay far, far away from those things. When I was a kid, we lived next to a really big creek, and my dad would regularly take me to swim or look for fossils. We were in a rural area, so there weren't any other houses or people around. I'm not sure it has an actual name, but we always called it Riley's Creek, even though we have no clue who Riley is. My favorite area was a big swimming hole beneath an old bridge. For the most part, you could walk through the water anywhere you wanted and never go deeper than your ankles. But this was one of those sweet spots. I'm a lover of all animals, so I always paid attention to noises around me. Raccoons and deer were a common sight, but I was mostly looking for beavers. I enjoyed helping them build their dams, but looking back, I'm now realizing I probably did more harm than good. If nothing else, I'm sure they didn't appreciate my scent in their territory. Oh well, this isn't about beavers. This is about something much larger that I still can't identify. While I played in the swimming hole, Dad looked for fossils, but then he realized his beeper was still in the truck. It was so much faster for him to simply run back and get it rather than dragging me along. Some of the terrain was pretty rugged for an 8-year-old, and he had to carry me for those sections. Ultimately, he decided that I could be alone for a few minutes. It was the 90s after all, so he went without me. From where I sat in my big swimming hole, he had to walk up a steep hill to my left. On my right was the forest, and there was no place to get out on that side. Just a steep embankment and the overgrown tree line. It's important to understand we're discussing two completely opposite directions. It was impossible for my dad to be in the woods, especially so fast. He was only out of my sight for a minute, probably less, when his voice called my name from the forest next to me. I was looking up the steep embankment and into the branches of the overhanging trees, rather than actually seeing into the woods. So I was completely blind from my spot. At first, I assumed I heard wrong, that Dad had simply returned to take me with him after all, but I didn't see him while crawling out of my swimming hole. I stood with my back to the dense forest and watched the place that Dad should have been standing, but there was still no sign of him. Then I heard, "Hey, Emma." It was definitely behind me, and definitely his voice. But the way he said it, it was weird. The inflection made it sound like a question, as if he wasn't sure it was me. But who else would it have been? When it happened, I turned around with a startled cry and scanned the area with desperate urgency. But the only thing I saw were jumbles of green and brown. I moved a few feet further down, but came to a dead stop when a pair of footsteps also began walking through the woods in the same direction. They stopped when I stopped, and as I turned back to the forest, I saw something too big to be human move behind a tree. It was on 2 legs, and there are no bears out in our area. And even if there were, that wouldn't have explained how it spoke. It called my name once more, only that time it sounded angry. I didn't want to stay there anymore. I wasn't sure how long Dad had been gone, but he should have at least been on his way back now. I thought if I raced to the truck, I would run into him sooner rather than later, but then I worried whatever was in the woods might chase me, and I wasn't sure how fast I could get up that hill. It was steep and overgrown with sticker bushes. I'd always needed help getting up and down. In the end, I settled for slowly backing away as quietly as possible. If it turned out that I had to run anyway, I wanted as much of a head start as I could possibly get. All the while, my eyes never moved from the tree where I saw the figure disappear. I'd gone 3 or 4 yards when it suddenly stepped out from its hiding spot, and I had a clear view. It looked like a deer standing on its hind legs, but with arms and hands. It had antlers, but its head was mostly human-shaped aside from its nose and mouth. I mean, I was a terrified child, so maybe the face can be explained by a mask. But there was something really wrong with its body. I only saw it for a few seconds before breaking into a full run, and I didn't start screaming until it dropped into the water with a loud splash. I had just made it to the bottom of the hill and was starting my way up when my dad appeared at the top. Out of breath, with a wild look in his eyes, he saw that I was clearly in a state of total panic, but couldn't figure out why. When he failed to scream and run away, I looked back to see that the creature was gone, or hiding, and I didn't want to be there when it came out again. Dad didn't want to leave without knowing what had happened, and he's an extremely logical man. I wasn't playing the game where he made me look under the bed to prove that nothing was there. So I said that a weird man tried to get me to follow him into the woods. We left really fast after that, and we didn't go back again, which was fine with me. I've never actually told him the truth just because I know that he wouldn't believe me. He would say that I just let my overactive imagination ruin one of my favorite places. But I know what I saw. That thing had antlers and stood on 2 legs. I was done with that creek, period. I live in Washington, but I don't want to say exactly where I was in case anyone tries to go there. I can't be responsible for that. Until recently, I never believed in Bigfoot or anything like that, because I've been camping at least 5 to 10 times a year for over a decade without seeing anything remotely unusual. I don't just go a few miles into the woods either. I hike for more than a day to get to some of my campsites. I was supposed to be on this last trip for 2 weeks, but I came back in less than 1. I got set up without any problems, but things started getting weird on day 3. I'd been fishing all afternoon and into the evening, and I started packing up my gear as it grew dark. The moment I bent over to close my tackle box, a large boulder hit the ground about 5 feet to my right. There were no cliffs or overhangs for it to fall from, so it had to have been thrown, but it weighed nearly 50 pounds. I couldn't see over the steep embankment, but I called out to make my presence known, and the only response I received came in the form of a second, larger boulder. I watched it sail through the air and land within a few feet of the first one. I thought someone must be playing with a homemade catapult and just be too far back to hear me, so I used my air horn. I was so startled by the whole thing that I didn't let go of it until my head was ringing. The silence afterward was loud in its own way, but no more boulders flew over the hill, and that's all that really mattered. Next, I went looking for the jackasses responsible, but I couldn't find any trace of other people being out there. It was too dark to continue searching, so I reluctantly returned to my camp, ate some dinner, and went to sleep. I figured whoever had been launching the rocks was scared away by the air horn and unlikely to return. But then I woke to the sound of 3 loud knocks. It sounded as if someone were hitting a tree with a wooden bat, hard. It hurt my hand just thinking about it. I heard it again, a few times later, and I went outside with my light. But I couldn't see anything. Just as I was about to give up, I heard it again. Only it was immediately followed by a second set, coming from a different direction. Whatever was out there had a friend. But I was all alone. I continued searching with my light, but never saw or heard anything until the next set of knocks sounded roughly 10 minutes later. The first round came from the north again, but the second round answered from directly behind me. I'd been surrounded. That's when I went from concerned to terrified. Then something in the forest growled so low and deep that it reverberated in my bones. Until that moment, I was certain it had to be humans messing with me. But I don't know anything that could make that sound. I don't even know an animal that could come close. A second growl, just as loud and menacing, answered the first. And the sound of broken branches told me it was moving closer. In an act of sheer desperation, I threw a whole book of matches onto the fire pit. I'd left it piled high with plenty of kindling for an easy start in the morning, and it flamed up instantly. Now, operating under the assumption I was dealing with some kind of creature, I sounded my air horn and threw every branch within reach into the fire. The footsteps stopped, and when I looked in the direction they came from, I saw a massive shadow standing in the densest part of the tree line. It was so big, I thought it was the outline of several trees tangled together, until I saw the shining red eyes, nearly 10 feet in the air. They didn't move or blink. They only stared at me, and their gaze felt heavy, like a weight on my soul. I don't mean to sound fanciful or anything, but whatever was looking at me through those eyes was pure evil. I could feel it. One more gut-churning growl sounded from behind me, and I turned towards it, simultaneously pressing the air horn as I did so, and when I turned back, the looming shape was gone. I didn't see or hear anything else that night, and I damn sure didn't go back to sleep. That morning, I checked the woods around my campsite and found footprints bigger than both of my feet combined. I'd never seen anything like that. I've always been a practical person, but I can't think of a single explanation other than Bigfoot. Regardless of what I encountered, I wasn't willing to risk a second meeting. I packed my things and hiked back to my Jeep without even stopping for food. Ultimately, I made it back with just 20 minutes to spare, and I've never been so grateful to leave the woods. I'm not saying I'll never go camping again, but I definitely need some time to reassess what I thought I knew about our world. After retiring last year, I moved to the cabin my late husband and I spent our summers in. It's surrounded by miles of forest on every side, and we stayed here for 2 months out of the year from 1988 to 2020, when COVID got Johnny. That year I hired a maintenance man to help with the upkeep, but I came back with my sister the following year. I hadn't actually been there alone until the move, but I didn't think it would be a problem. Nothing unusual or worse than a flat tire had ever happened in all those years, but this was my first winter in the cabin. When the snow came, something else came with it. There's no trash service way out here, so when my bins are full, I take them to the dump, but until then, they sit beneath my small carport. Of course, I have to buy the heavy-duty bins with locks so wildlife doesn't tear into them, but that had never been a big deal before. Then one morning, I woke to piles of trash scattered all over my yard, with a trail leading into the forest. I thought I must have just forgotten to lock one of the bins, but when I checked, Both locks were still securely engaged. Something managed to rip open the sides and pull the trash out that way. I can't even imagine a beast strong enough to do such a thing, but judging by the evidence, it was something with extremely sharp claws. I called my son and he came out later that afternoon with new, extremely heavy-duty bins. These made the old ones look like cheap stuff, and John Jr. promised the biggest bear in the world wouldn't be able to get into them. He even offered to spend the night just to make sure everything was all right, and it was. We ate steak dinners, threw the bag of leftovers in the bin, and they were still perfectly intact the following morning. It seemed like everything was back to normal, but 2 weeks later, the new bins were destroyed as well. It happened the same night as an awful storm. I listened to the wind and thunder all night, just praying that I still had a roof when morning came. The cabin was fine, of course, but the bins weren't. The one with the steak scraps had been ripped open just like before, and trash was scattered everywhere with a trail leading into the forest at the same spot. John Jr. didn't believe me when I called. I don't blame him for thinking that it had to be the storm, but wind doesn't create claw marks and peel the metal back like a tin can. You would need power tools or some kind of heavy-duty machinery to replicate the damage done to those things. Not knowing what else to do, we called the police. We knew they wouldn't be able to do anything per se. We mostly just wanted their opinion, so we said that someone had vandalized my property in the night. The officer on the phone thought that it was storm damage too, but we convinced them to send someone in the end. An hour later, 2 policemen arrived and took our statements along with some photos, but they were only placating me by that point. I think they felt sorry for me. They were very kind, and they agreed this wasn't storm damage, but they also didn't think that it was done by a human. That much we agreed on. Even if it was possible, what would be the point of driving all the way to such awful weather just to tear apart an old woman's trash can? I certainly don't have any enemies. They had no idea what kind of animal could pull off such a feat either, but they called someone from the Wildlife and Fisheries Department. The game warden came out a few hours later. He took one look at the damage and went pale as a ghost. He'd seen a few similar incidents over the years, always during the winter, at other homes in the area. There used to be a good number of cabins and hunting lodges around here, but now there's only a handful left. Most were torn down or abandoned. When I asked what the other homeowners did about the problem, he said they moved away or stopped coming during the winter months. An elderly man used to have a cabin just a few miles from mine. When something started tearing his trash apart, he simply stopped leaving it outside. Then one night, a terrible blizzard blew through, and his family was unable to reach him the following morning. His son-in-law came to check on him and found the front door ripped off of its hinges, blood everywhere. A trail of it was followed into the forest, but no other traces of the old man were ever found. I just don't understand how no one is doing anything about it. The whole area should be closed off until this creature is killed. People have died. I could have died. I spent the rest of last winter with my son and his family, but it was just too crowded to stay there long term, and I can't bear to part with the cabin. I know it sounds silly after everything I've said, but my husband and I had such wonderful times here. Nothing remotely unusual has happened since my return, but now it's almost winter again, and I don't think I should be here when the first snow falls. Last winter, I got snowed in at a friend's cabin in the mountains when a freak blizzard hit. I was only supposed to be there for the weekend while I finished the final edits on a novel. That in itself wasn't too big of a deal. I always over-prepared, so I had plenty of food and water. The only thing I lacked were weapons. I shouldn't have needed one. It probably wouldn't have helped anyway, but at least I would have felt some illusion of safety. It wasn't rough living out there at all. The entire cabin was powered by a beast of a generator, and by some miracle, the water pipes never froze. Under normal circumstances, it would have made for a great vacation. But Sunday night, just after sunset, I heard a scream coming from deep in the forest. It sounded like some poor woman was being killed. I called the police, but the roads were completely impassable. They couldn't even send a helicopter over until the following morning, and by then, it would be too late. I couldn't stand the thought of sitting by a cozy heater while someone was dying right outside. Finally, I convinced myself that the woman could make it to me if only she knew I was there. It wasn't too difficult to dig my way out the window. The hard part was staying out there. I yelled as loudly as I could, my mind racing for a way to find this other woman, and I became so lost in thought that I almost didn't hear the reply. A faint, distant voice that sounded strangely familiar to my own came from the darkness, but I only understood the last few words. "Is someone there?" "Yes," I shouted back, instantly full of adrenaline. With only my phone for a light, I dared not to wander in after her and have us both be lost. Instead, I called back for her to follow the sound of my voice. After a few minutes passed with no further communication, I wondered if I'd imagined the whole thing. But then she answered again. "Hello? I'm here." I shouted louder than ever in my excitement, and soon I heard her moving through the brush. I ran a few feet into the tree line, meaning to meet her when she came into sight, but my legs nearly gave out when I saw what was actually coming towards me. I could just make out a cloaked figure. It was a humanoid-shaped patch of darkness, blacker than anything you've ever known. And in the place you would expect to see its eyes were two tiny, glowing red orbs. The greatest fear I've ever felt washed over me, and my flight or fight instinct chose to fly. I flew back into the cabin without turning back, and I had no clue if that thing was chasing me or not. I locked the door and checked every window without turning on a single light, and I waited there in the darkness. 2 hours later, I was finally beginning to relax when a set of heavy footsteps suddenly walked onto the little deck outside. They came up each step slowly, and the sharp thuds pounded in concert with my panicked heart. I knew it had to be that thing. It was impossible for anyone else to be out there. Nothing in the world could have made me open that door when the knocking started. At first, it was almost normal, like a neighbor at your door. But then it became desperate and violent. Eventually, I heard the woman's voice again. She was begging for me to let her in. The longer it continued, the more forceful the creature became. But finally, less than an hour before sunrise, it left. I heard it walk back across the deck, down the steps, and away from the cabin. When it was nice and bright outside, I dug my Explorer out of the snow, packed my bags, and nearly killed myself getting off that mountain. But I made it. By that night, I was safe and sound back in the city, where the only monsters are other humans. So, first of all, please excuse my ignorance with certain matters, but I'm desperate for answers. I've never really been into scary stuff at all, so I've never browsed these topics, but I'm hoping someone has an idea of what I saw. In case it matters, I'm a 23-year-old female, and I just moved to Oregon 6 months ago. I'm originally from Maine, so obviously that's been an adjustment, but in a good way. I love my new home and job. I've made amazing friends, and I'm dating someone new. But then there's this other thing. Well, first, before you suggest it, you should know that I've never had any mental health issues. I've never been depressed or overly anxious. If anything, I had the most normal, boring life you could possibly imagine, until recently. I live in a semi-wooded but suburban area. I have neighbors, but we have a small stretch of woods between us. We aren't exactly far apart, but we aren't on top of each other either. I decided to plant a few flower beds in a small garden in the backyard, which obviously required spending a significant amount of time outside. It was never a problem to work during the day, but as it grew darker, I would hear something moving around in the woods. It sounded too heavy to be a raccoon or anything like that, so I thought it was one of my neighbors, and that kind of freaked me out, especially since the later it got, the closer it seemed to come. That part really freaked me out, so I started gardening as early as possible, but my work schedule wasn't always very sensitive to this necessity. Even so, I got it done, and my garden grew just fine. The first time I actually laid eyes on the thing making all of this noise was a couple of days before the first tomatoes would be ripe enough to pick. I had been excited about the prospect, and as a result found myself staring through the patio doors more and more. Except, on this night, something else was back there too. At first, I wasn't sure what I was seeing, so I turned on the floodlights, but then I couldn't believe what I was seeing. In the middle of my backyard was an extremely pale humanoid figure, crouched down on all fours, but it looked to be about the size of a large man. It had no nose, no mouth, but there was a shining green eye in the center of its forehead, with two more on either side of its head. Maybe they weren't eyes, but they were glowing. I've never been so terrified in all of my life. I called 911 and got as far as, "Help, there's a..." before realizing what I would sound like if I told the truth. Ultimately, I worried they wouldn't send anyone if it sounded like a prank, so I said there was a strange man in a mask crouched in my backyard. I desperately wished for it to be the truth, but I just didn't see how any human's arms could be that long. I hid in a closet until the police arrived. They searched the woods around my house, but whatever I'd seen was gone. The officer said it was probably just a neighborhood kid fooling around, and to call back if I saw anything else. Well, there wasn't anything else until 3 nights later. I was sleeping, but the sound of the squeaking floor began to seep into my dreams, and the long creak of the bedroom door brought me back to reality. I didn't move at first. My mind was too foggy to immediately comprehend the danger behind such sounds, but my eyes soon shot open with the harsh realization, and I screamed at the sight before me. The creature was standing in my doorway, just watching. It didn't move, and neither did I. Aside from being frozen with fear and shock, I also worried it might charge at the first sign of any disturbance. I'm not sure what time it was when this happened, so I can't say for sure how long we stayed like that, but it was almost 4 a.m. when the thing finally left. It backed out into the hallway without ever taking its eyes away from me, and I listened as it made its way out the door. Ever since that night, I've kept everything locked and placed a burglar bar on my sliding glass door. So far, it hasn't gotten back inside, but I've seen it in my yard twice since then. The last time was just 2 nights ago, and I know it's going to keep coming back. I also know I sound like a lunatic, but I have no clue what I should do next. Can anyone help me? Growing up, my family's property in Michigan sat against vast woods. My parents would speak of strange occurrences, unsettling stories that they'd heard about the woods. Things like people's pets going missing, seemingly vanishing into thin air, in good numbers too. Stories of brave men being chased off their own property. My dad said that he could see the terror in the men's eyes as they recounted their encounters with a creature that they referred to as the Dog Man. Were they just stories to scare me and my friends? Not likely. These trees hold secrets. Or, hear the whispers of the leaves? That's Mother Nature. These are things that my mom would say. She was sort of that way, easygoing, if you will, nature type, be kind to Earth, that type of thing. My dad, on the other hand, he had his own feelings about the woods. Not all the woods, just ours. He didn't go out there much, and even kept a loaded shotgun nearby whenever we were outside, especially at night. All these precautions I didn't fully understand until later, but regardless, these woods were both a playground and an enigma. The towering trees created a sanctuary, often filled with birds and squirrels, a scurrying deer here and there. Go a bit deeper and you'll find black bears, wolves, and the mammoth of them all, the moose. Most of these animals are more or less wary of people. It usually takes going into their space to see them. All in all, the woods felt inviting during the day. Nightfall, however, it brought a symphony of both terrifying and unsettling sounds. Howls through the silence, echoing, accompanied by rustling branches, crunching leaves, all creating some sort of haunting melody, one that's hard to ignore, especially after this night. This story is about my first and only encounter. The night childhood innocence collided head-on with the uncanny. My friends and I were sitting around a fire that had been lit for likely hours. We'd been sharing laughter and harmless banter, unaware of the horrors that awaited us that night. My parents' house stood just a few paces away from the fire pit. And I recall a couple of times that night my dad asking us what all the yelling was about. Just being loud kids. As we exchanged stories of crushes and making fun of one another for those very crushes, our joyous night took an unexpected turn. Without warning, my dog, Tato, darted away from our spot and toward the woods. This was highly unusual, as Tato was typically obedient and seldom strayed far from my side. As Tato charged towards the looming woods, tail raised high in a defensive stance, I felt a legitimate wave of fear wash over me. One of my friends, unfazed by the dangers that potentially lurked in the woods, playfully dashed after Tato, imitating his movements in a foolish attempt to coax him back. Concern had officially gripped me, and I too sprinted toward the woods in an attempt to prevent either of them from going too far. As I reached the edge of the woods, my stomach twisted in a knot. Tato's growls were laced with both defiance and terror. He had entered the woods, and though dark, I could still see him, holding that defensive stance. I told my friend to stay back, only he laughed this off. He passed me and stood next to Tato, innocently requesting that he come back, that he leave it, whatever it was. Drawing closer, I saw something that surely defied all logic. Amid the darkness, in front of us but further back, stood a creature like none I'd ever seen before. Its massive, brawn-like frame was covered in wiry black fur. My eyes widened, fixated on its stance. Upright. It stood as though it was a person, but the shape of its head, it wasn't human at all. But it was also like no wolf I'd ever seen, and certainly like no dog I'd ever seen. Suddenly, I realized it was looking in our direction, but its eyes, reflecting in the moonlight, they were an otherworldly red hue. I knew then and there I was face to face with the dog man. The realization hit me like a freight train, and terror surged through my veins. An ungodly scream erupted from my throat, almost involuntarily. Only when I stopped screaming had I realized my friend was screaming too. Sensing imminent danger, he turned to me with fear-stricken eyes I'd never seen, and I knew without words what we needed to do. "Run," I screamed, my voice trembling with urgency. Legs pumping, hearts pounding, we sprinted away from that creature, Tato eventually getting ahead of us and going straight for the back door. My other friend had been watching everything from the safety of the fire pit. But once we all ran right past him, he too started running. As we reached the safety of my parents' house, gasping for breath, I knew deep inside that my life had changed. The dog man had just basically entered my backyard. For the next hour, maybe 2, my dad sat in a camping chair with a lantern and a shotgun in front of those woods. He didn't see it for himself, but I always knew he believed me. We didn't let Tato outside alone ever anymore. Couldn't risk him running off with one of us not around to see him. I wasn't going to let my dog become a local statistic. After that night, the terrifying image of that creature would forever remind me that there are many hidden horrors in the woods. And I've always felt I didn't need to explore the ones in the heart of Michigan. As an adult, I'm perfectly happy and content living in the heart of the city instead. My granddad used to drive big rigs, and after pleading and begging my mom and dad, they allowed me to go on a delivery with him during the summer. It was my 8th grade year. The next fall, I'd be a freshman in high school, and this was my first time out of state. It was a 4-day round trip, 2 days down, 2 days back. My first day on the road, I got to see another side of my granddad I'd never seen. The stern, silent old man that I knew was now making vulgar jokes on the CB to his other trucker friends. Then a short beep would be followed by someone else on the transmission with an equally offensive joke to match my granddad's. And he chain-smoked, another mind-blowing surprise he'd casually put on display every 20 minutes or so. We talked about girls and the fears I had about going into my freshman year, and I was given advice that I'll carry with me forever. Day 1, we'd head through Arizona and most of New Mexico before stopping to rest at the biggest gas station I'd ever seen. The back of his truck, there was a lifted bed with cabinets underneath it. On the floor in front of the cabinets, I'd slept with 2 sleeping bags, one under me for padding, and then inside one. It was uncomfortable, but Granddad warned me ahead of time that the trucker life wasn't that glamorous. Next morning, right at the crack of dawn, we're filling up the tank and hitting the road. Early in, the CB keeps beeping like someone's about to speak, but a voice doesn't come through. Granddad gets on his talkie to let whoever's broadcasting know they don't have a good signal. But almost right after he releases his finger, the CB comes back on, and a woman's voice says, "Hola, hello?" GD looks at me, his eyebrows raised, and gets on his most charming voice before replying, "Why, howdy, darlin'." This gets both of us to giggle until the woman beeps in again. Through chipped static, her voice had a soft accent, and she spoke slow with composure. But what she'd said was alarming. Pleading for our help, saying her semi had been turned over, run off the road somewhere around I-35 in Texas. Most of her tires had been shredded in her swerving and tipping. She said she nearly turned the entire thing over. Florida plates. Granddad looks at me again before getting back on, telling me the CB radios are only supposed to reach up to 20 miles. He gets back on and says, "Well, we've just gotten to Oklahoma right now, which is a couple 100 miles north." She says that this is the only transmission that she's been able to pick up, and that she's afraid. After long hesitation, Granddad grabs the talkie and tells her that we'll take the 35 after Oklahoma City to see if we could spot her. Then he asks what kind of vehicle ran her off the road, thinking that he could report it when we got to the next town. She says, "Witches." We both think we misheard the vehicle model, but regardless, Granddad assures her that we'll be in the area near dusk, and that we keep our eyes open for her, adding that she should try other frequencies to see if she could pick up anyone closer. We'd keep the CB on our station so she could come back to it. Once more, the beep signaled a reply. Her last transmission was short, saying, "Soon they'll find me, and soon I'll die." Sitting there, next to Granddad, we were 2 generations, so far apart in age, but sharing the exact same feeling of fear and discomfort during that moment. I'm pretty sure to fear is the first encoding your brain learns when you grow. Scary is scary, and the calmness of her voice when she was telling us these things was hair-raising goosebump status. So, probably goes without saying, day 2 wasn't filled with the laughter of the previous day. We'd drive in silence for hours, with Granddad periodically sliding through the frequencies, trying to catch a blip of that girl's voice. It was the epitome of hitting a microscopic bullseye that's potentially also moving around like you are. We both knew there wasn't going to be resolution, not until we at least tried to look for her. We'd be adding another day to our trip, but Granddad yet again impressed me with his old guy swag by lying to my parents, calling from the gas station saying we'd won tickets to a Dallas Cowboys game. He said we'd be returning later. He'd also buy me a blue Cowboys hat and a relatively expensive adult-sized Emmitt Smith jersey from the truck stop, just to throw the whole lie together. I still have the jersey, but a dog would eat the hat that same summer. When we get to Oklahoma City, Granddad's obviously distracted in thought as he scribbled signatures on clipboards of paperwork he was handed. When the second container was loaded onto my granddad's trailer, I thought it was a mistake, but Granddad tells me that we're scheduled to drop this one off in Albuquerque on our way back. I think he had a realization right then that this wild goose chase was going to lose him money, but we both agreed it was more important to at least try. So instead of turning back west, we went south. It would be well past dusk by the time we crossed the border to Texas. Granddad said that we'd turn west near Waco. I think our collective hopelessness for a happy ending, it led us in a delusional search. We'd passed the Waco exit and multiple others while telling ourselves her semi could be right around the bend. Finally, as we drove through Austin, Granddad knew San Antonio was our last chance to turn off. It was around 2 a.m. by this point, and Granddad had already verbally given up hope near Temple. But as we're leaving Austin, the CB starts to beep again. It was only 2 or 3 times, but it was enough to get Granddad less slumped over in his seat. Then we saw it. In the middle of a long stretch between Austin and San Antonio, our headlights landed on a semi, surrounded by a number of emergency vehicles. Granddad taps the brakes. We begin to slow down, coasting our approach towards the officers working to redirect traffic. Pulling around the mess, I can see the semi's front end. The lights reflecting off the license plate show me clearly. Florida plates. I couldn't tell you how almost excited I was to see that license plate, and I could tell my granddad was in complete astonishment that we'd found this thing. You could see that all of the tires were, as the woman said, shredded. We continue coasting, and we're horrified to see the driver's side door has been completely ripped off. There's no sign of the woman. I'm a female trucker from Tennessee, and I've seen some crazy shit in the last 20 years, but nothing like what I just experienced. I prefer to get my sleep during the day and do my traveling at night. Less traffic and lunatics that way. I got back on the road at 9 p.m. thinking I would arrive at my destination right as they were opening, but I'm so terrified that I had to pull over at a rest stop. There's lights and people here. I really don't want to be alone right now, especially on a dark highway in the middle of nowhere. It was around 1 a.m. when things started getting weird. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like I had this feeling of dread or impending doom. I'm not a paranoid person. I turned 46 last week, and I can't name a single other instance where I felt anything like that. It bothered me so much I had to call my partner and kids to make sure they were okay. They didn't really appreciate it. They assumed something must have happened to me, because I forgot what time it was. But I couldn't help myself. I should have at least felt better once I'd spoken to everyone, but I didn't. If anything, the feeling only got worse. I even tried distracting myself with podcasts, but there was no shaking it. The only thing I could think to do next was to check with other drivers. So I grabbed the CB. I only glanced away from the road for a fraction of a second, but when I looked up again, there was a huge, hulking figure on the side of the road. I only caught a glimpse before passing it entirely. It happened so fast, I immediately began to wonder if I even correctly interpreted what I saw. Then, the more I thought about it, the more my brain began to reform the humanoid shape into a tree. Maybe it was sheer terror, or maybe it's because I knew the only reason someone would be out there is if they were in trouble. What if I was leaving some poor soul to their doom? Logically, that was the most likely scenario, and any other night, I probably wouldn't have hesitated to turn around. But I was so sure about that feeling. I knew something bad was going to happen if I turned around. A few minutes later, I realized the CB was still in my hand, but I'd lost interest in using it. I didn't know what I'd even say. It was just past 1:30, and anyone I spoke to would probably assume I'd just taken too many stay-awake pills. Once again, I glanced down just long enough to put the CB back, and when my eyes returned to the road, some huge creature was flying straight at me. Yes, flying. I screamed and instinctively hit the gas rather than the brakes. It was coming in low. I kept imagining it smashing straight through my windshield. It looked much different in the beam of my headlights. Its flesh was gray and mottled, one of its wings longer than its entire body. It happened too quickly to make out any facial features, but from what I could tell, covered in scars, missing a nose. Instead of coming through my windshield, it landed on top of my rig. I felt the whole thing shake with its impact, and had I been a less experienced driver, I probably would have panicked, and it would have caused the whole thing to flip over. I didn't know what to do, but I couldn't imagine stopping. So I just kept going as the sound of its heavy, thudding footsteps made their way towards the cab. When it finally came to a stop, there was a screeching sound, like knives scraping against metal, just above my head. I thought it was going to rip open the cab and yank me out right there on the spot. But I still didn't stop. I couldn't. It probably only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like an eternity before the noise finally stopped. The sound of gigantic flapping wings began to fade in the distance. It was definitely gone for the moment, but that didn't mean it wouldn't come back. I found this rest area 30 minutes later, parked right between two other rigs. It's bad form to park so close when there's plenty of room available, but they'll have to get over it. As soon as I drop off this load, I'm going to take off a few weeks. I need to reevaluate how I do things. I know this sounds like I've lost my mind. I wouldn't have believed this story if it happened to someone else, probably. So I don't blame anyone for not believing me. But on the off chance anyone else has ever seen something like this, please, please let me know. When our twins were just under a year old, me and my husband Ed had the bright idea to strap them into their car seats and drive 13 hours in order to attend a family reunion in Virginia. We left later than expected that afternoon. Within a couple of hours, the kids and I are asleep, and Ed drives through the night down I-64. Next time my eyes open, it's after midnight. We're outside of a travel center. Ed's gently shaking me awake. He's already gotten the car seats out with the kids still buckled in. They're still sleeping peacefully on the sidewalk in front. Ed says the travel center has a 24-hour diner attached to it, asks if I want to come in. Seeing as the hard part of unloading 2 car seats has already been taken care of, we go in. We walk through the travel center doors over to the diner on the opposite side of the facility. It's narrow and probably a claustrophobic nightmare when there's a crowd, but thankfully it's just us and the kids. Sitting down in a booth near the doors we entered from, my back is facing the front of the diner, which has 2 big windows looking out to another dark parking lot. I'm focused on reading the big laminated menu at our table. I thought that's what Ed was doing too, but when I look up, he's staring past me, his attention fixed on something in the diner parking lot. I ask, "What?" and turn around, but all I see is an empty parking lot. Ed tells me that an 18-wheeler just came in, all fucked up, with something black splattered over the front. It rolled past the diner windows, probably trying to park on the side of the building. Curious to make sense of what he'd just seen, Ed's about to get up from the table when a man runs into the diner. His disheveled, panic appearance makes Ed sit back down. We watch this man run up to the counter of the bar, start hitting the assistant's bell. When the hostess comes out from the back, her smile quickly falls when she sees the look on the man's face. He tells her that he needs to use the phone, that he's just hit something big on the interstate. He says it was massive, bigger than any animal he's ever seen. The man's clearly in a state of shock. His body shakes uncontrollably as he continues talking. He was heading southbound when his headlights caught these 2 creatures. It looked like they were fighting on the side of the road. It all happened in seconds, he says. One of the creatures pushes the other backwards into the street, right in front of the truck. He was going over 50, couldn't slow down in time. When the creature hit, it exploded like a water balloon. His description, not ours. It explodes, covering the front and side of his truck with a thick black liquid. He continues. When it split apart, large chunks of the creature went up while others went under. Even in its gelatinized state, it still possessed enough weight to severely bend the front grille of the truck, shattered the windshield a bit, and destroyed one of the axles. The whole diner is quiet, listening to this man. The cook has come out from the kitchen to join the hostess, and Ed's gotten back up out of the booth and walked over, taking a seat at the bar to hear the story. The phone is handed over, but no numbers are dialed. The man just holds onto the phone with a 1,000-yard stare, continuing to ramble. His emotions become more manic as he continues to recall what he'd seen. He says they fought like gorillas, but their limbs, they were bony, thin. The skin looked like crocodile scales. When the man starts to press the buttons on the phone, I see my husband and the cook walk out to the front of the diner. They're going to look at the truck. I stay behind, and while I wait, I hear the man make his call. Instead of calling emergency services, his first call is to work. He leaves a message explaining what he'd just told us. After he hangs up, the second call that he makes is to his wife, where he again tells the story, but then starts crying, telling her that he feels sick. The call ends with him saying, okay, then clicking the receiver once more and dialing emergency services. When Ed and the cook walk back in, Ed's bewildered. His mouth hangs open as we make eye contact on his way back to the table. He doesn't sit down, picking up the kids in the car seats. He tells me that we should leave. We hadn't ordered yet, and the hostess already had her hands full with the crying truck driver at the bar, so I grabbed our coats. We went out the back of the diner, back to our car. Exiting the travel center doors, Ed's walk turns into a jog as he gets to the car, and he quickly buckles up the kids. Right when the car doors shut, he's already in drive. If I hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, the inertia would have sent me into his lap when we pulled out of that parking lot. Back on the road, Ed tells me that when he and the cook went out to look at the truck, he didn't know how it could have driven to the diner with that amount of damage. Impossible, were his words. And he said whatever was on the truck smelled horrible, like sulfur and vomit. The smell gave Ed a headache. It was throbbing and persistent hours after we left. Adding to this whole thing, later that night, Ed points out 3 military helicopters in the distance, zooming opposite to us. Nothing on the news the next morning. When we check into our hotel, I'm still a little weirded out by the night, and Ed's still feeling ill. I find the diner's number in the phone book. I try to call to see if I can get any updates. Curious about what had happened to the trucker after we left. But the phone went straight to an automated answering machine. After a few times of trying that, I decided to call the travel center's number, but their lines were down too. Ed stays in bed all that day. I end up having to go alone to the reunion with the kids. Ed's family is wonderful, but it's always a little uncomfortable attending a family reunion that's not your family's. However, it does give you an excuse to leave early, and thank God I did. When me and the kids got back to our hotel room, I find Ed on the bathroom floor. He's soiled himself. The paramedics that treat him suspect he had a seizure, take tests on him in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. There, after extensive amounts of blood work and several tests, the doctors tell us they think he's got radiation poisoning. They prescribe some potassium iodide capsules. It takes over a month for Ed to start feeling better. To this day, we've never heard of anything close to what that man described, or what Ed saw smeared all over his truck. Such an open-ended memory stuck in the back of my head for all these years. Just no idea what it all means. I'll preface this by saying I now live in Melbourne, Australia, but I lived in California for 3 years between 2015 and 2018, and I've got a story. My potential skinwalker encounter was in September 2016. I had finished summiting Mount Whitney, California, and had been doing months of training to do it. Early in the evening, when I got back down from the mountain, I went into Lone Pine to get some food and get ready for the drive back to LA. But before that, I went to the Alabama Hills scenic area, just outside of town, to sit and eat some food and marvel at the 1,400-foot mountain I'd just summited with my team. As the sun set, I turned to the side, and behind a small hill was an old, homeless-looking man in ragged clothes, grimy hair. He stood there, slightly slumped and motionless. Inside my mind, I was shitting myself, because to me, something seemed extremely off, and my gut feeling was telling me to get out of there. But I tried to stay composed, asked him if he wanted any food or anything. He stayed as still as a statue, and didn't respond. I gave him a few more opportunities to respond before telling him I'm not staying here any longer, and I started to move back to my car. I hurried up the process quickly and started the engine, put my seatbelt on. When I looked back up, the man wasn't there, and instead, it was now a half-deformed-looking coyote, which made an ear-piercing scream and stood on its hind legs. It would have been 6 feet. I backed it in reverse and floored it out of there, and it kept up with me for at least 200 meters. I'm pretty much convinced that it was a skinwalker. I know they're technically only in Utah, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado even, but these things probably don't know what borders are. I wouldn't be surprised if they ended up in California and Nevada as well. I was a school bus driver from '83 to 2001. I worked for a small school district out of Western Washington. In our state, when we're approaching train tracks, it's required by law to stop, fully open our doors, and listen for trains before continuing our route. This must be completed regardless of children being present on the bus or not. The reason the law was enacted is a story all on its own. Happened in Sandy, Utah, December 1st, 1938. There had been a snowstorm blowing through Sandy all day. Farrell Slim Silcox was a school bus driver taking a group of 39 students to Jordan High School. At 300 West and North 1600 South, there used to be a railroad crossing. It no longer exists, but the tracks and metal boxes were left behind, and they're still there to this day. When Slim arrived at the crossing, he stopped to look for a train by looking through the windows. The law at the time only required bus drivers to stop and look. Slim briefly swiveled his head back and forth, glancing from his side window to the other door windows. Then, after he thought the coast was clear, he put his foot back on the gas. The bus chugged up and slowly started to crawl over the tracks. As Slim began to cross, a train collided with the school bus, hitting it at 60 miles per hour. A train called the Flying Ute. It'd been headed north from Denver, running an hour late because of a blizzard. The train would drag the twisted metal close to a half mile before it could stop. Mr. Silcox and 23 students died that day. This accident went on record as the worst school bus accident recorded in U.S. history. So, one night, I'd just dropped off a high school basketball team after they'd had an away game in the next county. Smaller schools usually have to go further for their games because the schools they play against are also small and in rural districts. This night, we'd gotten back to their school a little after midnight. I dropped the team off, waited for them to all enter or get in their cars, or go into the school with their coach. It's not a law, but I like to make sure I don't leave any kids stranded in a dark parking lot. Then I'm supposed to drive back to the bus barn to park the bus and get my own car to go home. It was a 5-mile stretch from the school to the bus barn, down a long 2-way road. As you may have guessed, I come across a railroad crossing just south of town. I usually make this trip in the late afternoons, but when the sports season starts up, it wasn't that uncommon for me to be dropping off the bus at this late at night, once or twice a week. Technically, this night was nothing special. I get to the tracks, and I pop open the folding doors. It's a quiet night, and as I scan in both directions for oncoming trains, I see a golden retriever trotting down the tracks towards me. I left my door open, watched this big dog walk all the way up to the bus, sit outside the folded doors. It didn't attempt to get in, it just sat there, stared up at me. I assumed this pretty golden retriever had come from one of the random neighborhoods that were scattered up and down the tracks. I was about to take off my seatbelt to check its tags, but as I stared back, through its gaze, I heard a question enter my thoughts, spoken from an inner voice that wasn't mine, asking. In a man's voice, I'm a woman. It came in so clearly that I actually checked the clock on my dashboard, turned back to the golden retriever, and said out loud, "It's 1:45. After I responded, the absurdity of what I thought had just happened made me chuckle to myself. Until the dog calmly stood up, went around the front of the bus where I couldn't see it. Not wanting to run this dog over when I started driving, I got out and checked to see if it was now sitting in front of the bus, as I didn't see it emerge on my driver's side when it crossed. It was gone. I got on my hands and knees and checked under the bus, but it's like it just disappeared. This was when the whimsical nature of all of this transformed into a creepy feeling deep in my stomach, prompting me to get out of there in a hurry. After I dropped the bus off and retrieved my car, I had to go back over those tracks on the way home. But I didn't slow down this time. I didn't see the dog again. Not on my way back, and not when I've had to make the same late-night trip countless more times during my career. But I'm grateful about that one. For weeks after meeting that dog, I'd questioned my mental sanity, but thankfully, never had another symptomatic episode where I thought I was crazy. So, to the strange golden retriever I'd met on the train tracks that night, I'm sure you were the goodest boy, but let's not meet again. When I was 15, my friend called me wanting to take a few days off of school. His family was taking a trip to California to experience Universal Studios. I lived in Arizona and had never been to California before, but I was definitely ready to go. I get my parents' permission to go and spend about a day at his house, because we would have had to leave early the next day as to not waste a day just wandering around. So we'd take about a day to drive there, spend a full day there, and hit the road again. Driving home, my friend's sister's brother, he himself, are asleep, so everyone except for my friend's parents and me. On the drive home, it's nighttime. There's a long line of cars due to the out-of-state travelers, so I found myself just looking out the window, at first at the cars, and then just next to the vehicle. As I move my gaze, I see a figure. At first, it looks about 5 or 6 feet tall, then maybe even 7 feet tall, skinny, almost resembles a coyote, but really sick-looking, just crouching behind a bush or something on the side of the road. I remember watching it as it started to poke its head out, as if it was trying to get a better look at me. It looked as if it had little to no ears, which really caught me off guard. And then, its eyes. It had these white eyes, like a zombie or something dead. Not sure what happened, but something made it turn its head to the side, and I could see that its eyes were actually sunken in, and there was a patch of what I would guess you'd call skin, but appeared more as deep flesh, with small amounts of skin scattered about, shades of black or brown. There were hairs which looked fake, and matted down fur on its face and head. Its neck, it looked like it had a gunshot hole, and hanging down was a rotting piece of flesh, I assumed. Maybe something was eating something, but I focused on what I was seeing, using the taillight's glow to examine the creature further. Its cheeks were torn and rotting as well. It looked like blood or some sort of substance was draining from its jaw. A mouth full of large, damaged, bloody teeth. This creature then stood up slowly, still looking at me while doing so. Then turned and walked almost a straight path. After that, I just sort of stared ahead, not to the side any longer. I tried to sleep like everyone else, but I couldn't. I was feeling more paranoid than ever. I stayed up watching videos on my phone until eventually we weren't on the road any longer. I've never spoken about this to anyone else since it happened. There's a cemetery right behind my apartment complex, so it's not uncommon to have experiences. I'm just not sure if this was a spirit or a cryptid, or if these experiences are even connected. A few nights ago, my friend and I were walking back from the store at 10:30. We both heard a little girl screaming things like, "Mommy," and "Help," just before seeing a man chase something into the woods. We called the police, but they wouldn't help. They only looked around a little before saying to call back if there was anything else. My friend and I kept hearing the cries, so we decided to search the woods ourselves. After a while, we went to the spot where we were when we first heard it, and it happened again. It was coming from the trails. Knowing it was a stupid idea, we went closer and saw what appeared to be a tall, skinny person, crouching. Its skin was gray and stretched thin across the bones. It looked up, but our lights weren't bright enough to see much. Then, there was a cracking sound, and I smelled the clay that you find by digging. We both felt sick and ran, but at the same time, the rain got really heavy, and the wind almost knocked me over. I'm on the heavier side, so that isn't easy to do. Ever since seeing it, my friend and I have been exhausted, almost like the energy was suddenly sucked out of us. Today, at around 6, it was already dark when I was walking back from the same store. As we passed the same spot where we saw the creature, I heard my best friend's voice. He lives 2 hours away, so it was a shocking thing to hear. He was yelling for me to wait, and I saw him standing there. But something wasn't right. He wears glasses, but this thing wasn't. It was also thinner and shorter, with brown eyes instead of blue. I later learned the friend I'd been walking with actually met me before I met him. He claims I approached him, warning that he shouldn't walk around alone because of creeps in the apartments. Then he gave me a description of the thing, and it looked like me, except it wore an ankle monitor, and its scars were in the wrong places. My friend was forced to stay on its left side, and had tried to lure him into the clearing behind the basketball court, a clearing I won't go near because I had a traumatic experience there. Apparently, this thing also asked for the boy who traumatized me and became angry when my friend didn't know the answer. For what it's worth, that kid moved away in 2017. I don't know how many people will read this or how many will believe it. Frankly, I don't care. I know that this happened, my brother knows it, and even local law enforcement believes some of it. This happened on a ranch that my brother and I lease in eastern Montana. The ranch in question is massive, covering about 18 sections. A section is 1 square mile, or 640 acres, and it's 2/3 deeded, the rest being either BLM or state-owned. This land is incredibly rugged, being covered in clay hills and deep canyons, and is for the most part unfenced. There are several buffalo jumps on the ranch, where hundreds of years ago the natives would chase the herds of buffalo off the cliffs to their death. You can find buffalo bones at these sites. Supposedly, the ranch was also the site of a massacre, where an entire village of Hidatsa were killed by their enemies, the Sioux, although I haven't found any official records of that incident. Also on the ranch are 2 abandoned homesteads, the Mint Place and the Carter Place. The Mint homestead is merely 1 mile off the county road and relatively easy to access, so my brother and I still use the dated cattle pens that are part of it. The Carter Place is more remote, however, only being accessible on horseback as the trail that went into it washed out many years ago. All that's left of the Carter Place is a log cabin with a roof caving in, an old corral system, and a barn that has toppled over. The last people that lived in the Carter house was the Carter family themselves. But during the 1930s, the father went crazy, murdered the entire family before turning the gun on himself. At least that's what people said. The ranch's current owners live in California and have owned the ranch since purchasing it from the Mint family. This was during the 1980s. My brother and I started leasing the ranch in 2007. There was some unusual activity at first, mainly random lights, but nothing that couldn't be explained in a reasonable way. The real strangeness began in 2017, after a well was drilled on the property. I wonder now if this may have unleashed something. During the fall of 2017, I was searching for strays on horseback when I was approached by 2 frantic hunters. The hunters claimed that they were being stalked by a pack of wolves, but I was dismissive. There hadn't been any wolves in the area since the 1920s. The hunters claimed they knew the difference between coyotes and wolves. and were absolutely certain that what was stalking them was wolves. Whatever it was had seriously bothered them. Later in the year, we were trucking cattle away from the ranch and back to the home place. We found out that we were a dozen head short. Despite us running 600 cattle on the property, we kept very close tabs on the herd. It was unusual to lose more than 2. But no matter how many times we searched and recounted, we could not find the missing cattle. This began a trend, and so far since 2017, there have been a total of 138 unaccounted cattle, a financial loss of $165,000. Though there are many odd events that I could recount, this is one that stands out. This took place in October of 2020. Myself, my brother, and my brother's eldest son were gathering the cattle and herding them to the Mint homestead, where they could be loaded onto trucks and taken to our home ranch for the winter. By this point, the weird activity on the ranch had increased, so much so that we never went to the ranch without being armed. This day was no exception. Strapped to the saddle under my left leg was a Winchester .30-30 rifle. The morning went well. By noon, we'd gathered 200 head, which we penned up at the Mint place. After eating a quick lunch, my brother and nephew loaded their horses and left. My nephew had a football game later that day. I stayed alone and rode northwest toward the Carter homestead. The first strange thing to happen was when I rode down a canyon. As I was riding, I could hear multiple howls and cries coming from all directions. I cannot describe what these howls sounded like because they were like nothing I'd heard, not before or since. As I continued riding in the canyon, I was overcome with a feeling of dread. My horse, Ace, seemed to pick up on this as well, began spooking at almost every shadow. This was very out of character for him, as he was usually a very calm and collected horse. The second strange thing was when I approached the Carter homestead. As I crested a hill in front of it, something jumped out of the old log cabin and ran in the opposite direction. I was still close to a mile away, so I had to use my binoculars to get a better look. What I saw through the lenses chilled me to the bone. It was a wolf, but it was massive, solid black. It was so large it could have been mistaken for a black bear, but it was undeniably canine. After seeing the wolf, my gut told me to turn around, come back later with company, but I ultimately continued. Throughout the course of the afternoon, I managed to convince myself that the wolf I saw was nothing more than a coyote, and its black fur was just a shadow. It was nearing dusk before I arrived back at the Mint place, herding 30 head of cattle in front of me. After I penned the cattle up, I led Ace back to my pickup and horse trailer. From a distance, I could see that something was wrong with the trailer. As I approached, I found that the axle had come apart. It didn't make any sense to me. It was fine when I drove it in, but there was no explanation as to what could have made it come apart when it wasn't moving. By this time, it was fairly dark outside, and as we were coming out the next day, I decided to unhook the trailer, leave Ace at the corrals overnight. When I left, I saw 3 blue lights near the corrals, but I attributed these lights to hunters and continued driving. I also heard some more of those howls, the ones I'd heard earlier in the day. When all 3 of us arrived the next morning, we found the corrals in a total mess. All the grass was turned up inside the corrals where the cattle had been milling. The fence was broken in several places. The cattle that were penned up the night before were nowhere to be found, along with Ace. My brother and nephew took off on horseback, trying to locate some of the cattle and Ace, but they only managed to find around 20 head. As I was without a horse, we repaired the trailer and left later in the afternoon. The next day, all 3 of us rode. We searched exclusively for Ace. During this time, I covered a lot of country that I would have otherwise missed, and I discovered more bizarre things. At the bottom of one of the canyons were hundreds of holes, about 1 foot in diameter and 3 foot deep. These holes had to have been dug by people, as there would be no animal that would have dug them. I also found a bone pile, which was exceptionally strange. There were the carcasses of 4 cows, all piled on top of each other in an area that they typically would not have accessed. At first, I thought that this was the act of poachers who were illegally killing and butchering cattle at the ranch. But there would have been no way to get to this location with a pickup or a 4-wheeler, for that matter. The more we searched, the less sense everything made. We searched for 3 days before we came across something. My brother radioed me. We had no cell service. He told me that he thought they found Ace. My nephew and I rode to his location, and sure enough, at the bottom of a sinkhole, which are pretty common in our area, was the carcass of Ace, along with 3 cows. The sinkhole was at the bottom of a canyon, with the walls of this canyon being 300 feet tall, the sinkhole being another 20 feet deep. It took an hour just to climb down the canyon walls. When I finally approached the sinkhole, I found Ace to be heavily mutilated. Both ears were removed, along with the eyes, nostrils, hooves. The back of him was not exposed, but it looked like his tail had been removed. The cows surrounding also had similar mutilations. As was the case with the howls, the wolf, and the trailer, none of this made sense. It would have been almost impossible for just 1 cow to end up in this location, let alone 3 cows and a horse. There were also no tracks leading into or out of the sinkhole or canyon. The sheriff and veterinarian were both notified and an investigation was launched. The ultimate conclusion was that something had caused the cattle to spook and break out of the corrals. Whatever it was, spooked them so bad that they ran all the way to the mint place, to the bottom of the sinkhole, and that's where they perished. When I mentioned the wolf that I'd seen, detectives were dismissive, just as I had been when the hunters told me of the wolf 3 years prior. No foul play was suspected, and the case was closed. Though there are many strange things that have happened since then, there were none quite as upsetting as the loss of my horse. Cattle continued to go missing, and now we only ride to the place in pairs. My brother and I are considering terminating the lease, as for the moment, the current cattle losses are unsustainable. I've always been a big YouTube watcher, and I found that many stories on the site came from Reddit, so I decided to share mine. Before I call bullshit on my coworker, I'm wondering if any of my UK friends could chime in and tell me if this chick is just crazy, or if she's telling the truth. Tara, my coworker, moved to Tampa from York, England last year. On Saturday, we have an office party and she flirtatiously requests for a ride home. We both live in the same town just outside of the metropolitan area. I'm a lesbian. She might be. I don't know. But I decide to see where things go and test my feelers. We're driving and she unbuckles her seatbelt, turning her body, and puts her feet in my lap as I'm driving. She's pretty short, so her maneuver is less life-threatening and more of a positive sign that my intuitions were correct. She's facing me to talk. As she's asking about my childhood and other questions to fill the time, I place my right hand on her left foot, and as my fingers rub across her skin, I feel a small circular scar on the back of her ankle, about the size of a $50, with impressions like a tiny buzzsaw was rolled around her ankle. I ask how she got the scar, and she tells me when she was a little girl in York, she'd ride her bike to get around her small suburban town. One day, a few meters from leaving her house, she came upon a trail that looked to have been recently cut. Instead of riding her bike around this large wooded park that separated her from the town, this trail, she thought, looked like it led right through. The tree park was only about a football field size, but having to ride your bike all the way around always made it seem bigger. Seeing this freshly cut path was an exciting discovery. She was eager to explore. The tree canopies above gave the trail shade and provided a nice escape from the summer sun. Riding her bike along the dirt path, she noticed a big, hollowed tree. Inside the large knot of this tree, Tara says she saw 2 fairies fluttering in and out. She said that they were as tall as a can of fizzy drink. For my North American friends, fizzy drink is a soda pop. Well, she stopped her bike and watched these 2 fairies flying back and forth from the tree, returning sticks and nuts to the hollowed knot. Tara says that she stood there for a good 10 minutes, mesmerized by their sparkling wings and little human-like bodies fluttering around. On one of the trips these fairies made, little Tara noticed it struggling with a big, leafy branch. The fairy's wings flapped and flapped, trying to pull this large branch up, eventually collapsing in the grass next to the tree from exhaustion. The branch was giant compared to the fairy, but a twig for Tara's size. Seeing this tired little creature compelled her to get off of her bike and help. She says that she walked over and picked up the branch, and the other fairy appeared from behind the tree, a few inches from her face. Its face wasn't like storybooks portray, though. Absent of beauty was this creature. Its features more resembled a troll, and its clothes were not elegant. Primitive garments, only worn to protect its skin from the natural surroundings. The fairy didn't speak, but Tara knew by its glare and almost telepathic energy that she'd fucked up. She set the branch down and started to walk back towards her bike. The fairy lets her get 3 or 4 steps before its wings start fluttering and it begins to chase Tara. She turns and runs the last couple of feet towards her bike. But as she's jumping on and about to slide her kickstand up, she feels a searing hot pain in the back of her ankle. Looking down, Tara's horrified to see that the fae has bitten her and is still attached to her leg by its nasty little razor-sharp teeth, each one sinking deeper as she tried to kick it off. Eventually, one desperate swing of her leg launches the fairy off her ankle, giving Tara a chance to pedal away. She rode her bike back home in agony, and the bite became infected. Her mother thought that she'd scraped herself on something, but her grandmother was the only one that believed her story. To add to her outlandish claim, she concludes her story by saying when her and her dad went out to see where it happened, the trail was gone. It was back to a regular tree park that it had always been. What do you think? I don't know if I'm on her mom's side or her grandma's. Is there any validity to her story? Or is this a red flag that I may not want to pursue? I feel like now that I'm growing up, I'm starting to feel the gravity of many things that happen and have happened around me. Being a curious person, I like to investigate things, like to make my own theories around them. Yesterday morning, I started having this conversation with my mom about my theories on what dreams actually are and what science says about it. In the midst of that conversation, I suddenly recalled an incident that happened with her many years ago. My mom is not the type of person who likes to make things up. She's also so skeptical of superstitions. I, and only I, know that if she claims to have seen something with her own eyes, something which freaked her out and almost froze her to death, she's speaking the truth. It happened 12 years ago. My family was going through a financial crisis, and we used to live in my maternal grandmother's house back then. Recently, a thief had also been sighted in the house, who ran away in a panic because of the fear of being caught. Many scary things were happening, and we were damn serious toward all of them, as they were causing our family a lot of stress. I didn't get to know exactly when and how, but one evening, my mom told my grandma that she saw a hairy demon in the bathroom, and she almost froze to death seeing that. As I was a stupid 11-year-old kid back then, I took it as a funny horror story and let it be. When I recalled this incident yesterday, I decided to ask about the details to my mum, so I asked her to explain what was the appearance of that thing, actually. She told me that it was sitting on the floor in our bathroom. She said that it looked like an early man. Told me it was so gigantic that when it stood up on its legs, he easily reached the ceiling. As she froze and started screaming for help to my dad, this creature took only a couple of very, very long strides and disappeared. She says she doesn't recall much details from how this thing actually disappeared. I asked her why she calls this thing a demon. She said that because that's what her first guess was. I asked, "So you mean it looked like a caveman?" She said, "No, it wasn't a man or a human in the first place." "A beast?" I asked. She said yes. She said it had very long hair all over its body, that the hair had a soil-like color. Immediately my brain said, "Bigfoot?" Then I Googled Bigfoot and showed her the images. She said that it very much resembled the appearance in those images. I was shocked to hear that. The thing is, I'm from India. Nobody has ever heard of a Bigfoot in India, let alone in an urban environment. And that, too, in one's bathroom. As weird and illogical as this incident sounds, it really happened. My mom rarely believes in things like these, and she's always very serious towards life. She's never been attention-seeking or something. This incident has never helped her in any way. In fact, she was facing so many more challenges in life that this incident was a fresh wound on already wounded skin. So, what do you guys think of this incident? How can one see a Bigfoot-like creature in one's own home, which then disappears and is never seen again? Could it be something else? Also, there's a little incident about how my grandma saw it too, around the same time. But I'll stop here. We used to always go camping in the spring, my brother and I. We could get away with it because we grew up in Southern California, so it's basically always camping weather. Used to. The past tense being that my brother's not around anymore. He's since died. He died in all of this COVID stuff, actually. He just needed some treatments, you know. Things he couldn't be getting for a while there. Vital stuff, you start to see that. Just a little too late. Well, I'm pushing 50, and he was about 6 years older than me. We weren't exactly going camping regularly when he passed anyhow. But when we were, our only rule was a new place every year. Plenty of places for us to set up for a few days. Plenty of places where we didn't really need to hit the same spot twice. Too much to see or whatever. We'd either go northeast towards Big Bear or just south a little bit towards Cleveland National Forest. Well, this particular year we camped inside of Joshua Tree Park. We'd been in the area before, just an entirely different area of the park. This area was Indian Cove Campground. Real nice place. Not sure if it's still the case on account of us never going back. The whole place is right off one of the main highways into the park, and Joshua Tree in this area resembles a desert. There aren't a lot of trees around in this area, so this wasn't us in the middle of the forest. Essentially, it's a cove of rock formations. Where we set up was in the middle of the camp, the rocks forming a sort of horseshoe around us. A small hike up and around the rocks would take you to the restrooms. Honestly, it's one of the less secluded areas that we'd ever been to, yet somehow it still managed to be the only place that's ever actually scared us. After setting up, we hiked for quite some time, going the distance and tiring ourselves out pretty good before the sun started making its way down. As we headed back to camp, I thought it was just me feeling a little strange, until my brother piped up from behind me. "What is that, you think? That sound?" I hadn't been hearing any sounds. It just felt like someone was near us, like we were being watched. I told him, "I don't hear anything, but let's pick up our pace." It wasn't but maybe 10 seconds that had passed when I hear something. It sounded like someone was above us, like maybe walking on the rocks or scaling them. In a few places, the trails dipped behind these rock formations, and I started feeling paranoid that someone was trying to keep themselves concealed behind them. My brother, on the other hand, took the noise to mean that there was just another hiker. "Oh, that's not the sound I heard earlier. That sounds like someone's hiking." We were both wrong. As we got closer to the end of the trail, where the other trail eventually feeds into it, it was pretty clear that there were no other hikers. I walked down the trail just a little bit, behind the rock wall. My brother was confused, asking me why I was heading that way. I told him I don't like the idea of someone hiding out here so close to our camp. But next, he made a good point. The sun was going down quickly, and within a few minutes, we'd be out here in the dark with no light source. We decide that we'll go back to the campsite, grab some flashlights, and come back just to be sure no one was hiding away. Back at the campsite, it was dark now. We'd set up some lanterns and took a flashlight with us to check the rocks. Before approaching the entrance of the trail, I heard something moving from above us. My brother does too, and we point our lights up, but we see nothing. I should clarify, my brother and I walking around the park after sundown, it's frowned upon. I started to feel a bit goofy, though, searching for who knows what. And then we heard it again. It sounded like something was scaling the rock wall. But these weren't the kind of rocks that you could just climb. They were smooth and rounded in a way that would offer zero grip. And the sound, it didn't just happen and stop like before. It kept going. And now, standing at the entrance of the trail, the sound echoed. It was blatantly obvious. We looked at each other. His face shows me that we are still hearing the same sound. Our flashlights were now wildly bouncing around. We would have expected to at least see an animal, but there was nothing. Just the sound of something large scaling the rocks. Then, our flashlight catches the glimpse of something. It's only for a moment, but it's enough to end the search and send us running in the other direction. What we saw, it was something long, pale, skinny. It was almost transparent. It was a limb of some kind. It was unclear if it was an arm or a leg or what, but it definitely wasn't human. We ran. I kept looking back. I saw nothing, but we both heard a screech. A loud one. And look, I've got nothing to compare the screech to. I've heard screeching owls. I've heard bats, big cats, coyotes, people, tires, all the screeching things, and nothing has ever come close to what we heard. We didn't stay about another 10 minutes, packed up our gear, and decided to head back south, home. We'd make up for it about a month later, camping elsewhere. But at the time, there was nothing we wanted more than to just go home. We hardly even spoke until we'd been on the road for about an hour. Even then, we were silent with our theories for several years. No idea what we saw that night, but it was enough to send 2 grown men running. So, I don't think I'd choose to encounter or mess with that thing again. Any idea what we saw all those years ago? Has anyone else ever had strange experiences at Joshua Tree? So right now, my garage is being rebuilt, and one of the doors is gone because the whole frame needs to be rebuilt, and it's taking longer than expected. There's no door at the moment. No big deal. It's just a garage. The house will survive if a raccoon or something gets in. But I'm not kidding. This happened just like 20 minutes ago. My cat ran outside behind me, and like an hour after that happened, I could hear him and the neighbor's cat fighting. I try to keep my cat inside, but he's fast. He'll run between my legs and right out the door. Okay, so cat got out. Him and the other cat are making some noise. Pretty average night so far. And then they get louder and a bit louder. And then I hear what had to have been a fox, but Jesus, it sounded like a recording of a human. Like, I'm not lying, and I guess I'm pretty sure it was a fox, but you know what? Fox, Cthulhu, either way, I'm not going to go back out tonight. Fuck that. So, why am I posting this? I've had experiences with skinwalkers before. I've got another story out there. I sort of thought that it had lost interest in me because it's been a few years, but after hearing that scream, just, no thanks. I'll stay inside. Something weird is going on around our property, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. We live in southern Georgia, just a half hour away from the Florida border, and we have a lot of land. Much of it is wooded. We've been here around a year, and we also have lots of chickens, some goats, and a few cows. Our only child, Lizzie, is in college now, so it's currently just me and my husband, Saul. It's a lot of work, but we lived in a small town, crowded apartment complex before this. So we were especially grateful to find such an amazing property within our price range. But why was it so cheap, you ask? Well, the previous owner was very upfront about a tragedy that occurred back in the 60s. A man had killed his wife and 2 daughters before ending his own life, which, yes, is tragic, but we've never been too superstitious. The guy selling it to us was also a skeptic who got it dirt cheap, but he couldn't take care of the place by himself anymore. His kids had all started families of their own. His wife passed away the previous year, and now he just wanted to move closer to his grandkids. Basically, we thought that we hit the jackpot. It was like fate wanted us to have this property. And I know what you're thinking, and no, we aren't being haunted. Nothing strange has happened inside the house, only outside. If a ghost is responsible for the events I'm about to share, then holy crap, I had no idea spirits were so terrifying. Okay, so down to it. I guess the first thing happened about a month after we moved. We had just started feeling settled into our new routines and gotten comfortable with all of the animals when Saul found 3 dead blackbirds in the back of the barn. They didn't appear to have any injuries, so we wondered if they might have been sick. But then we remembered the rat poison, those green pellets, and we thought that's what had done it. We didn't have any cats or dogs, so we thought it would be okay, but we got rid of them after that. A few weeks later, I woke up to find a huge dead possum left on our doorstep. I had no idea they got so big, and this time, the cause of death was apparent. The poor thing's throat was actually crushed. It looked like a massive hand closed around its neck and just squeezed. I screamed for my husband, and he came running. Obviously, the possum didn't wander onto our doorstep and unalive itself, so someone had to put it there, right? We called the police. They agreed the animal seemed to have been killed and placed deliberately, but we don't exactly have neighbors or enemies. No one that would have a reason to mess with us, so nothing really came of it. We got one of those doorbell cameras after that, but Again, all was well for a while. I know the next one happened in March because it was the weekend before our daughter's birthday. We drove the 2 hours to her college and went shopping before going to dinner, and then Saul and I drove home. It was around 9:30 when we got back. Our driveway is about half a mile long, and it cuts straight through the woods. Saul was driving, and I was scrolling through Facebook when he suddenly slammed on the brakes and gasped in terror. I looked up just in time to see a large, either brown or black, shape disappear into the woods. Saul punched the gas as soon as it was out of sight. I couldn't get a word out of him until we were inside and all of the doors and windows were locked. He described the thing in the driveway as gorilla-like in appearance and in the way that it walked on its hind legs but leaned on its front. When the lights first hit the creature, it turned towards us just a second before hurrying away, and its face is what frightened Saul the most. Its eyes were big, black holes. It didn't have a nose or lips. Likewise, the mouth was just another black hole, only slightly larger than its eyes. We were scared shitless. After that, we bought trail cams, but nothing else happened for almost 4 months. It was the weekend after the 4th of July when we received a dead armadillo on our front step. As disgusting as it was, we were actually relieved because we should have finally had something on camera, but we didn't. We watched the recording eagerly, only saw a dark shape standing in the distance. We didn't even notice it until it moved in order to throw the armadillo at the door. We found footprints that would look human if not for how incredibly wide they were, or the fact that they only had 4 toes. We collected all the trail cam footage, but still didn't get anything concrete, just a few blurry images or questionable shapes. Since all of the other incidents were so spread out, we thought that we would have a while before the next one. But it was only a few days before we found a big, dead snake at our door. Our daughter came home for 2 weeks at the end of her summer break, and on her first night here, we all stayed up late just catching up and hanging out. Sometime around midnight, the animals started going crazy outside. Chickens, cows, goats, all of them. We told Lizzie it was probably just a fox or a coyote, and Saul went out with his shotgun. But she could tell that I was too nervous for it to just be another animal. I actually screamed when we heard the gun go off. I didn't want to frighten her, but once that girl gets started on something, there's no stopping her until she knows every detail. Once I did tell her, she was skeptical anyway, so that was fine. And Saul always was a better liar than me. When he returned, he was so convincing that even I believed he had only killed a snake. I didn't learn the truth until we were getting into bed that night. He'd seen the creature again. I still can't believe how composed he was for Lizzie, but there were tears in his eyes as he described what happened. By the time he got to the animals, the chickens had gone quiet, so he went to check on the cows and goats. When he got into the barn, all the animals were huddled together into the far corners of their stalls, like they were trying to get away from something. Saul shined his light in the direction that they were staring and saw the creature standing atop one of the railings. It jumped down and ran towards my husband. That's when he fired, but it just kept coming and continued straight past him, out of the barn, and back into the woods. He didn't see how he could have missed the shot, but admitted to closing his eyes when he squeezed the trigger. I'm just grateful he wasn't hurt, and that none of our animals were on the doorstep the following morning. We were fortunate enough for nothing else to happen while Lizzie was home, but 2 weeks later we found another armadillo at our door. And the day after that, it was a skunk. It was around this time we got a weird picture that almost seemed like the creature had stuck its face up to the camera, but that was the only one really worth noting, and we aren't even sure about it. Finally, I had to ask, if it's smart enough to avoid cameras, maybe this is a human in a costume after all. What if someone had just been messing with us this whole time? But there's no doubt in Saul's mind. He's fully convinced this thing can't be human. He's looked into the black holes that are its eyes and insists nothing is behind them. It also smells like death, like its insides are already rotting. Sometime after Halloween, we woke up to find 6 blackbirds on our doorstep, and the doorbell camera showed a hulking figure throwing them at the house, one by one. We'd had enough. Saul drove over an hour to borrow 2 small bear traps from a friend. I didn't like the idea, but we didn't have any animals that weren't securely locked away at night, so I didn't have much of an argument. They were left out just after nightfall and collected first thing in the morning, just to be extra cautious, but they only lasted for a few days. One morning, we woke to find both traps had been broken, like they were bent and warped, as if someone tried to crumple them like paper, but couldn't quite crush it all the way. That scared me more than anything else we had seen. The strength it must have taken is unbelievable. Much more than what it would take to chuck a dead animal at our doorstep. We had a nearly 2-month break after that, until we woke up to find another giant possum on our doorstep. That happened just a few weeks ago, so we're probably due for another visit any time now. The randomness of it's one of the worst parts. You just never know when something is going to happen. And it's never what you're expecting it to be. Never. If I go up to the door and peek out the side window to see if there are any bulky shapes on the stoop, nothing will be there. It's only the mornings, when my mind is completely elsewhere, when I'm rushing to get out of the house without thinking that something is inevitably going to be waiting for me. I just don't understand. Even when it had the chance, it never hurt us. Technically, it's never even threatened us. Not really. When it charged at Saul, he'd been blocking the only exit, and despite the fact that he shot at it, the creature still just ran past him. And though it did disturb the animals, it could have killed them all by now. Yet it only kills things in the forest. I just can't shake the feeling that it thinks it's leaving us gifts, like a cat. I'm not saying I want to pet it, I'm just curious. I've never seen anything so terrifying, and I haven't even seen its face. Saul wakes up in cold sweats all the time because he has nightmares about the holes in its face. If I had known that groups like this exist, I would have shared our story sooner. But my daughter only just told me about you all a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading other people's stories while working up the courage to write this. I just don't know if anyone has the slightest idea of what it could be. Even if you aren't sure, all guesses are welcome. Thanks for reading.
This happened like 15 years ago. It was school holidays, and my friend, who we'll call Sarah, and I were extremely bored and just wanted to chill. This was summertime. We lived in a small town called New Braunfels in Texas. Everything's kinda spread out. Anyway, it was around midnight, and we didn't know where to go, so we just decided to go to the park. It's a little big. We were there for around an hour or so. Nothing unusual, until we both saw someone or something crouched on a table. First off, a little weird someone else being in the same park at this time, but what's creepy as fuck is that this person was crouching on top of the fucking table. He wasn't even sitting on the bench. What really fucked me up, because I didn't look away, I kept looking closer. I noticed that there were wings. The body was completely human, but had fucking wings. The part that I'll never forget. All of a sudden, the most blood-curdling scream, like a woman being stabbed to death. But while sounding like a woman, It also sounded unhuman at the same time, like a scream that a normal person doesn't do, but a scream animals can't even make. Almost like those screams in a movie that a demon or something makes. Then it just stands up, and this fucker has to be about 8 feet tall, minimum. We both ran as fast as we could. Have you ever run to your lungs' max capacity? I ran until I had no air left in my lungs, and then I kept running until I had to slow down because I was coughing so much. We knocked on people's doors and kept getting threatened that they have guns and they'll shoot if we don't leave. We were literally locked outside with this thing. I kept looking into the sky because this thing reminded me of that movie, Jeepers Creepers. After about 20 minutes, the police show up and of course think that we're on drugs. But they wanted to let us go. I walked the rest of the way. I just lived a few blocks away. The police drove my friend home. There were 2 cops, a white cop and a Hispanic. When the Hispanic cop heard the story, he pretended like it was just made up. But the look on his face, it told me that he knows something about this thing, something his partner didn't know. I have PTSD now. I hate going outside alone at night, especially near parks or the woods. Weird people don't really scare cops. Animals don't really scare them. But you know, it felt like something much worse, having a cop lie, not being able to keep a straight face because of fear. Like I said, it's a story that happened and I remember clear as day, but a story that nobody believes.
I went hiking with my dad. We started talking about spirits and demons and all that. When we started talking about it, we felt something watching us. Me and my dad looked behind us. I didn't tell him, but I saw a pair of eyes as we were going down. I swear, something was watching us. Then we heard a scream. We ran down a trail with stairs. We're thinking of going back tomorrow, just not at night. This happened 10 years ago, when I was 18, still living with my parents and siblings, but I remember it vividly. We lived in a small Canadian town near the Rocky Mountains, and my friend was also living with us at the time. Back then, my family was part of a cult. We didn't know that that's what it was yet, but it's relevant to the story. It was 11:30 on a clear summer night. My friend and I were told that we had to go live with the leaders of the cult. The leader's house was across the back alleyway, and a few houses down from my parents. We didn't want to live with them, so we spent as much time as possible at my parents' house and only returned to the cult late at night. On this particular night, we left my parents' house and my mom locked the door, turned off the lights, and went to bed. There's no fence around our backyard, so we walked straight to the alleyway and immediately heard the garbage cans behind us being knocked around. Like a clumsy person bumped into them. I assumed we startled a bear while it was digging through someone's trash. We're used to having lots of wildlife in the area. I panicked while I tried to decide if we should go back to bang on my parents' locked door or if we should run for the always unlocked cult house. My friend started repeating my name and grabbing my arm while looking at the garbage cans. Then she suddenly screamed, and I looked back too. There was no bear digging through the trash, only a huge flying thing. It swooped over our heads and shot up to about 15 feet. Now, we were both screaming, and here's the kicker. It flew straight by the cult house, before flying out of sight. When it turned, we had a clear view in the streetlights. I just can't fathom it being anything other than paranormal. It was inky black, with a wingspan of roughly 9 feet long. I've never seen a darker black before or since. No distinguishable features, no feathers, head, eyes, beak, or legs, nothing. The best description I can think of is a huge stingray, minus the tail, but with much bigger wings. My friend described it as a shadow of a large flying creature, but way more solid. It flew beautifully and smoothly, without making a sound. The way it effortlessly maneuvered its large size between the two houses was impressive, but it was also terrifying. The experience left us shocked and frightened. We stood there for a short time, watching to see if it returned, but it never did. Eventually, we composed ourselves and went to the cult house. There were actually 2 leaders, a man and a woman. We immediately told the woman everything. When we finished, she stared at us with a strange look on her face and simply said, "Where there is great light, there will be great darkness." Then she walked away. My friend and I stayed up for hours, watching out the front window, wondering if we would see it. Thankfully, we never saw it again. I've tried to find the creature on Google, but I've never found anything remotely similar. Does anyone here know what it might be? When I was around 11, I got very into fairies, but more in a witchy way, I guess you could say. I realize that's kind of odd for a kid to be into things like this, but you gotta know I was very imaginative, somewhat of a lonely kid. I've always loved fairies. My mom got me a book on them. It included fairy language, a list of gifts to offer fairies should you wish to interact with them. Of course, I wanted to contact them. What little girl wouldn't? For about a month, I wandered out to the backwoods of my house by a river because, according to the book, fairies like to hang out around water. I would leave little written notes in their supposed language, along with little gifts and offerings. I'd make them little leaf baskets, leave them candy or flowers, things like that. I even recited a chant. Yeah, I know. I think part of me knew it was silly, that I'd probably never get results, but damn if I wasn't determined. So I kept on. At one point, my gifts and notes started disappearing from the bench I left them on. I figured it was the wind or birds taking it, but a small part of me hoped it was something else. A month of this nonsense, and I was getting very discouraged. I decided to leave a few more gifts for them. This time, I weighed them down with small rocks so they couldn't just blow away, and I'd know for sure. A day went by. My gifts were still there. Another day, same thing. Then, on the 3rd day of checking, I found the gifts gone, but the rocks still there. Only the rocks were moved around. I don't remember how soon after that this happened, but eventually I got what I wanted. I wandered out into the woods, and I saw by the river 2 monarch butterflies. They were very large. I wanted to see them up close. However, one landed on a branch close to the path where I was standing, and I noticed this butterfly had limbs. Tiny, thin, pale limbs. Hands, feet. I stopped dead in my tracks, looked hard to make sure I wasn't hallucinating. It was broad daylight, and I could see very clearly. It wasn't a butterfly. It was a fairy. She had long, thin brown hair that went past her feet, a blue dress that looked like a small scrap of fabric. But what terrified me above all else was her face. Her eyes were giant, black, bug-like alien eyes. But she definitely had a face, and she definitely saw me. I didn't even try to look at the other one, because I ran. I was so scared that I bolted home and locked the door. After freaking out and keeping an eye on my backyard, the backwoods, through the window, I went back. No surprise, they were gone, and I never saw them again, despite me trying over and over again. My gifts were never taken again. I felt sad and stupid, because I felt like I ruined my chance to have fairy friends. But knowing what I know now, it was probably a blessing they left me alone. What do you guys think? Has anyone else seen a fairy, and did they look like this? I just need to find someone else who's seen what I've seen. I went to the library and looked at every book on butterflies I could find, Googled. I couldn't find a butterfly matching any description that looked like what I saw. It's something I'll never, ever forget. I remember her so clearly, I could draw her. An entity has been hanging around my room since I moved in 2020. It's not malevolent, it's actually quite kind. My friend Cass has felt it hug him, and he's overall comforted by the entity. An hour ago, Kaz and I drove to a secluded spot I'd been wanting to visit at night. It seemed like a good place to smoke. When we were talking about it, we started smelling cherries with a hint of cigar. When we made the last turn for our destination, there was a downed tree in the road. It didn't block the way completely, but the gap was too small for my car, so I turned around and used a back road instead. The back road was a small one lane that cut through a thick forest. There was no service and very few houses. We were talking along the way, and as we crossed the bridge, I pointed to a spot that I wanted to take him to next time. Just after I looked away, he saw something strange and asked if I saw it too. I assumed it was an animal, but I hadn't seen anything at all. Cass said it looked like something crossed the road, and we both felt an intense sense of dread. I stopped the car, took a moment, and was suddenly certain we weren't supposed to be there. I turned around, but the dread only grew more intense until we crossed the bridge. After that, it eased up a little, but it didn't go away entirely. I stated that whatever we sensed wasn't allowed to follow us home, and it wasn't allowed on my property. The feeling finally started to disappear then, but we kept seeing shadows along the side of the road. As I drove along, a white truck zoomed up to the stop sign on the side of the road and pulled out directly behind us. This didn't concern me until I saw it tailing the hell out of us in the rear view. I alerted Cass, and he said that the truck gave him a bad feeling. When we got to the stop sign at the highway, I didn't use the blinker, but the truck did, and it was going the same way. After making the turn, I waited a few seconds before looking back, and it was gone. It had disappeared into thin air. The drive home was silent. Cass waited until we got back to talk about what happened. I was telling the story to a friend on Discord and asked Cass to describe what he saw, if it walked on 2 legs or 4. But he said it didn't have any legs. It was brown, and it just looked like a singular head crossing the road. It was taller than my closet door, but he didn't know what its body looked like. I asked if it could have been a bat, but he swears it couldn't have been. During the drive home, we both noted that it felt like there was a hand on each of our shoulders. He pointed out the log in the road, that it could have been a sign not to go, along with the friendly entity appearing in my room beforehand. I think This was a Wendigo. Let me start off by saying my husband is native, and this happened about 6 years before I met him. My ex-husband was stationed in San Diego, and I flew out there to visit him. Unfortunately, I wasn't allowed to stay with him on base for whatever reason. Don't ask me, because I don't even know myself. Also, I should add that I had just given birth about 3 months before this, and I had my son with me. Anyway, I found a hotel that wasn't far from base and close to food and whatnot. I went out to get some food, walked back to the hotel since it wasn't far. Unfortunately for me, my horrible sense of direction got me lost. I ended up near a wooded area, but there was a highway also nearby. It was getting close to sunset. I started seeing sets of shining eyes. I thought that they were just coyotes. I'm not afraid of much. After about 20 minutes, one set of shining eyes got closer, and I saw that it was a coyote. I watched Steve Irwin as a teenager and remembered that if you make yourself appear bigger and louder than you actually are, they'll usually just run off. So I started clapping my hands and shouting. This one, however, it didn't. It stood up and started walking like a person. I've never run away from something so fast. It never followed me, and I wasn't going to stick around to find out what it was. It wasn't until I met my current husband that I found out what it was, and the look on his face when I told him this story. He went pale. He never said anything, he just kinda nodded like he understood. Maybe it knew that I was still semi-healing from having recently given birth, or it saw my son in the stroller that I was pushing, just wanted to scare me. Either way, I don't know. I just know it succeeded in scaring me. This isn't really a question. It's more or less me telling the story of how I saw a skinwalker and didn't even know what it was at the time. I need help figuring out what I saw today. It's June 1st, 2022, and around 9:30 p.m., I went to my grandma's house in hopes of getting a jacket. She lives behind someone's house, and we know them pretty well, so I cut through their driveway. Using the alleyway is kinda weird since I'm still a kid. Grandma has a tree in front of her house, and the owner put a 2 to 3 foot tall wooden board against it. I heard a sound while walking and quickly turned on my phone's light, pointing it at the sound. Behind the board was a deer's head with white eyes and a human body. I live in a city, so deers aren't exactly common. I was frozen only for a moment before running to Grandma's house, terrified and pounding on her door. She wanted to know why I looked so frightened, and I told her it was because I saw something. Knowing I don't scare easily, she offered to walk me home, but as we went to leave, my dad ran in. He wanted to know where we were going, but he didn't know what to say when I relayed what happened. I've seen a lot, but nothing has ever scared me like this. I could really use your help. I live in Alaska, and we have a legend of creatures called the Kushtaka. They're half otter, half man things that can mimic voices and lure people to their doom, similar to Will-o'-the-Wisp. One day, my friend Sam was hunting with his father and brother. They'd been out for a while when he heard his father's voice calling him from behind. But he could see his father about 20 feet ahead. Sam hurried to catch up, asking if his father said anything, but he hadn't. He did, however, hear the same thing his son had. He told Sam to grab his brother and come right back, and that's what he did. Once they returned, their father said, "Listen very carefully. When I say go, I want you two to follow me as closely as you can. Ready? Go." They all began sprinting through the woods at a breakneck speed. Sam swore he could hear something chasing after them, but he never looked back. After a few minutes, his father pulled them into an alcove behind a fallen log. They waited there in complete silence as they saw something furry and wet run by their hiding spot, and it smelled like rotten fish. Once enough time passed without hearing anything, they left the hiding spot, and they saw something. They saw some odd-looking footprints, more animal than human, and Sam found a bit of hair stuck in the nearby branch. He showed me the fur, and it was extremely gross. It was green and slimy, and it only looked like hair until I touched it. Then it was obviously fur. Plus, Sam had never lied to me before. I have no doubt that he saw Akustika. There's a men's Christian homeless shelter in my city. I was homeless in 2010, around the time they purchased and converted an old VFW bar. They were digging out the basement to make room for showers and dorms, but I think they woke something in the process. Or something was attracted to the homeless. I was in and out of the shelter a few times over the following years. Sometimes I'd wake up from an episode to see a shadow gliding across the floor and up a wall. When I stayed there last year, I felt that thing's energy, and I've never felt anything like it. This thing knew I could sense it too, and it hated that. One night, I was laying on my mat, and off to the left, I saw a head peeking around the doorway when it suddenly flew at me before disappearing. I didn't know what to think. It all happened within a few seconds. I eventually fell asleep, and I had a sleep paralysis episode, but I managed to break free of it. I sat up to see an entity standing at the other end of the room. It wasn't a shadow. It was a very tall, gaunt, feminine entity. It had a weird-shaped head with horns and a crown of obscenities stitched together by razor wire. Its eyes were hollow and black, while its mouth was small with sharp teeth. More razor wire was wrapped around its body, and several strands were wrapped around the homeless men. It looked at me, screamed, and vanished. I've never seen anything like it, and it's still there, growing stronger by feeding on the weak. Is it a succubus or something else? This thing definitely had feminine features. I wish I could draw it. Every summer, my family and I venture north for several weeks, as do most other families in my state. The town we visited was not far from another sprawling town on a lake. Despite my overall disdain for most traffic and people, the area was pleasant most of the time. Additionally, 2 friends of mine also visited the area, and we would meet with each other at least 2 or 3 days out of the 2 weeks I was there. The names of my friends are Osai and Jack. We're all the same age, and we live in the same town back home, so we know one another quite well. Anyway, one evening when I rode my bike over to the general store where we would all meet, only Jack was there. For context, Jack is always 5 to 10 minutes late, and Osai was always there at least 20 minutes before me, seeing as though he could just walk from where his family's cabin was to the store. So this took me slightly by surprise. I asked Jack, "Where's Osai?" And he said, "Didn't you get the message? He said he found something and was going to take a while before he got back." I was confused when he had stated this, as I didn't remember getting a message from our group chat. But sure enough, when I opened my messages, there was one that wasn't open. The message read something along the lines of, "I'm going to be a little late. I found something really cool." So me and Jack waited for about an hour in front of the store, just waiting for Osai. And he finally shows up, but he didn't have his bike, which I found downright weird, seeing as though he cherished that thing. Before we could say anything to Osai, he immediately said, "You guys have to check out this building I found. Come on, let's go." I asked him where his bike was, and he just responded with, "It's back in my cabin. You'll probably want to leave your bikes here if you want to get to the place I found." So we obliged. We chained up our bikes to a lamppost. We followed Osai down the main road until we came up to a gravel side street with a no outlet sign. Osai pointed to the gravel road and said, "Down here. It's going to be past the end of the road, so expect some hiking." When we came into the gravel road, I noticed nearly instantly that there were very few homes on this road, which was bizarre for such a well-populated area at the time of year that we were visiting. About a quarter of a way down this decrepit and unkept road, at least by Osai's measurement, Jack asked what this building was that Osai had found, and Osai responded by saying it was an abandoned and odd-looking gray brick building with a metal roof shaped like a half circle, similar to a greenhouse. I asked if he entered the building yet, and Osai said that he tried the front door, but it got stuck on something. After Osai had said this, Jack asked if Osai knew for certain that this building was abandoned. Osai responded by saying that some of the windows were broken and the entire back end of the house next to it was destroyed. After Osai had mentioned this, we all agreed that if we can get into this facility, we can make it a hideout where Osai and Jack could smoke, seeing as though I don't, but I thought it would be fun to have that sort of thing, nonetheless. After about another hour of walking, we finally reached the end of the road. At this point, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was becoming noticeably darker under the canopy of trees on this essentially destitute road, so I was beginning to have second thoughts. But I kept my mouth shut because Osai wasn't the best person to argue with, if you catch my meaning. So we proceeded into the woods for what I guess was about a mile, when we stumbled into a clearing with a big bungalow-style house, and the building that Osai described to us to the left of it. We waited for, give or take, 3 minutes to see if the coast was clear, and then we made our way to the building. Osai's discernment almost precisely fit the appearance of the facility. It was roughly 10 feet tall, with a curved roof made from sheet steel, not unlike you'd find on barns or utility sheds. Osai was now excited, and when he went up to the door, he motioned for us to help him open it. So that's just what we did, and to this day, I regret ever going anywhere near that clearing. We opened the door with relative ease, but what came next was completely unexpected. Something fell from the table blocking the door, and it sounded vaguely wet, and when Osai had shined his flashlight in the general direction of where the sound had occurred, we saw, and I'm not joking, a severed alligator head with strings of flesh and muscle still attached to it. At about this time, the smell of the interior hit all of us, and I vomited, with Osai and Jack proceeding to gag. Mind you, we were in a place nowhere near a natural habitat for alligators, about 1,000 miles to be more exact. So this was beyond weird, to just find the head of one laying in a building on the other side of the continent. Osai, being as stubborn as ever, shined his light even further into the building, and all we saw were pieces of various reptiles all over the place. We had also seen syringes and vats on a long table, along with blood smeared across most of the surfaces that were covered with a multitude of reptile parts. At that moment, We opted to get out of there. Jack whispered, "What the f—" At this, Osai and I turned to where Jack was looking and found that one of the lights was on in one of the downstairs rooms of this seemingly abandoned house, and someone was walking to the front door. What looked to be a man stepped out and issued a nearly deafening scream that sent us running through the woods back to the road. None of us mentioned what happened to our parents. It's been 5 years since this ensued, and not a day has passed where I don't think about it.